I muted the mic in StreamYard, my bad. Sorry about that. How's everyone doing? All right. Little sound clip from the Refused, which inspired the stream cover. That song came out in 1998. It was pretty ahead of its time. Mixing bits of electronic with post-hardcore punk. I have to admit, I didn't first catch on to them until about 2000. Obviously dating myself a little bit, but they had an incredible impact on the next 10 years of post-hardcore. Even rock music, even bands like even Linkin Park, citing them as like a major influence. I think Mike from Linkin Park said that they wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for the Refused. Yeah, anyway. Obviously, absolute banger of a song. But not why we're here today. But I've been thinking a lot about meta frameworks with SolidStart and the work we've been doing there. And it would be amazing, obviously, if someday the work that we do could be as influential, in our realm. And that's where the stream cover came from and the whole thing. So I was hoping to give you a couple mins to hear the tunes. Maybe not everyone's cup of tea, so to speak, musically, but yeah. No, I am using a green screen. There's a funny story behind this. I really liked the Theo had like an aperture effect, I guess, on the lens. Like he's like nice cameras, so he was really clear and his background was blurred. And I just took a picture of my own office and slightly blurred it. So like if I got rid of the green screen, it's like almost the exact same background. There's some more Lego figurines on my shelf. You can see Grogu back there right now, but I have a few more. But yeah. So anyway, I should probably get started here. And I have to share my actual screen now instead of the Refused. So let me see here. Share screen. All right, here we go. I'm going to talk about a few things today, but mostly related to SolidStart. The stream's going to have a lot of live coding, so bear with me because this is my first time trying to like do everything that I want to do on the stream. It's going to be a lot. I'm going to try and go fast. But I guess the first question is, why are we here? Why am I doing a live stream about SolidStart at this point? So big picture thing is SolidStart has been in beta for over a year now. I've been working on it since February 2022, I want to say. Although I think it's actually, we can actually look up when did I start working on it. Maybe it was 2021. I can't even keep track. Vite 2 release. When did Vite 2.0 come out? February 2021. It's almost been 3 years since I started on SolidStart. That's right. I started SolidStart before Solid 1.0 had even gone out because I wanted to vet my ideas on server-side rendering before I could release Solid 1.0. So that's a long time. Didn't go to beta till the end of 2023. Just, there was issues and stuff and things that we had learning over the way. But then spent the last year, since we went in beta, basically almost immediately realizing that I needed to change some things and kind of rewrote the app. Someone phrased it that we rewrote SolidStart multiple times. And I think that would be fair, even in the last year, the first time we wrote SolidStart, it might have taken us quite a while, like 18 months, almost 2 years. The next time it took, 6 months, and the last time it's taken us 4 months. So we're getting faster at rewriting SolidStart. You'd be like, okay, well, why rewrite SolidStart? It's because it's really important for us and the ecosystem, and given the amount of resources we have, to create something that's sustainable. I know that might seem weird when we live it also in a world where we have VC funded frameworks and projects, and a lot of money is going into meta frameworks. So why am I concerned about this? It's because Solid as a project might not always have the same amount of resources or funding as other projects, and even if there's good points and there's low points, the most important thing for me is longevity and maintainability. So I do apologize, this has taken a lot longer than I would have liked. But we're here today because we're basically at the next milestone, which is not 1.0 release yet, but this one feels like it's going to be the one that leads to the 1.0 release. We have all the pieces in place. Like when I started SolidStart, I had like a checklist, and if you go open some old issue on the GitHub, we could probably find it. We finally are checking all the boxes. Plus, I don't see any barriers to where the future is heading. This has been a very tumultuous time period, because while we were building SolidStart, the whole way we approached and looked at server-side rendering has evolved. And I knew that was already happening. If someone asked me, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, around 2020, what I thought about the state of, actually, I'm just going to go ahead here. What I thought about the state of JavaScript frameworks for server rendering, like, oh yeah, we got server-side rendering, we have Nuxt and Next, whatever. I would have told you it was about a 2 out of 10. And I know that seems pretty harsh, but the reality is we were kind of not great at it. And the stuff that I'd seen, starting to work on eBay and Marco, I was amazed from a performance standpoint what they'd accomplished. And I knew that we were at this turning point where people are going to expect a lot more out of their SSR solutions. Tying that together with, new platforms, things like Edge coming out, which enabled JavaScript, being deployed in a way that it's never been deployed before, meant that pretty much the whole ecosystem is going to get turned on its head. So how do you feel comfortable putting out something that's basically the best of last gen? You need to, because you need the project, right? Everyone needs to, not everyone, but a lot of people need server-side rendering. It's an important feature. It's the thing I get asked about the most. Like, where's your Next.js? It's like, okay, Solid's really cool, but where's this? It's like the first question people ask for. So I knew that it was absolutely essential that even if the future wasn't here yet, that we need to build for now and anticipate this future, and do it in a maintainable way so that we didn't bury ourselves. Because I didn't want to create SolidStart originally. I was worried. I was hoping someone else would, because it's a lot of more work to add these opinionated layers. There's more churn. Trends change. It's like fashion. Sometimes for good technical reasons, but generally the way we build apps. If you look, some people talk about framework churn. There's too many JavaScript frameworks. They last 6 months. I mean, if you go more micro on that, the way we actually build apps, like best practices, change way more rapidly than JavaScript frameworks. And those architecture, at each one of those architectural points, you could have just replaced the framework. React is a perfect example of this over the years, going back to like original React with Flux type patterns, React with Redux, then the change to GraphQL. And I know I'm just naming libraries, but these fundamentally change the way you approach stuff. We got to the point when we had stuff like, what's it called, Recompose, where we started doing hawks, Spartan dumb components, render, and while you can view some of these as techniques or storage, they actually fundamentally change the way you build your app, to the point that I saw this a lot. People would come into a project that was a new project built, greenfield on like the latest trends, and then they'd be like, this isn't React. In React, you should use this and this and this. And it's like, no, that was how we did it 2 years ago, or a year ago. The rise of Tanstack, and then the rise of TRPC, and like these changes have more of an implication on the architecture of your app, perhaps, than choosing React does in itself. And you could say that this is a good vouch for the flexibility of React, right? Because it could always support all these different patterns, and I think it is. But and honestly, that's what I respect and love about React the most. But it's also like the goal with Solid to be like, that's what Solid's the best at. Like, that's where its strength is. And I think we've shown that. But I mean, honestly, we're talking micro details between Solid and React in this case. Like, who cares? Like, they're both good at that. You know, some other frameworks maybe not as good at that. But I think what's interesting is something changed about a year ago, and it just set me off on the things. React kind of abandoned that principle when they told everyone that they need to use a meta framework, when they need to use Next. That was the turning point for me. And some people are like, oh, it's because all the React team works at Vercel. That's not completely true. But like that, I think that premise, that basis is what we need. Someone can always come in with their opinions. You can always get a Redwood for your React, or a Create T3 app for your Next.js or whatever. But the where those boundaries lie, that's the important part. And I realized that SolidStart did a lot of good stuff. You know, server functions, I think we introduced to the world. You know, pluggable routes and a bunch of, like, there was really good stuff with that release. But I knew that it just wasn't there yet. I'm just catching up a bit on chat here. Sweet the shit, yeah. Yeah. I would love, I know I'm calling shots on this sucks, but I would love for SolidStart to hit V1 end of Q1, you know, around Marchish. You know, I think I think it's going to take a lot of testing and bringing up from the community, but at least we're at a point now where I don't feel bad about presenting the APIs. When I did the beta last year, I was like, in my head, I'm like, we're going to change a bunch of stuff. I know it. Like, it might not come till V2, but we're going to change stuff. Like, we're going to put this out, make a V1, have to support it and do the thing, and then we'll do V2 and we'll change everything. And I was okay with that because we need something out now. But V1 proved harder than I anticipated. And now it just doesn't even make sense to wait for a V2. You know, like, some features, there's a future here, and we'll talk about that later on in the stream. But I do want to make it very clear that because a year has passed, we know that much more, and our patterns are better. And I'm glad we took the time, as usual. Solid took the time originally, and while there's flaws and issues, Solid.js itself, you know, wouldn't be where it is today if we hadn't taken the time and care with it. Okay. So, who wants to see SolidStart? Right? Oh, wait, I forgot to tell everyone I was streaming. I got so, like, in my intro talk. Give me like 2 seconds here. I should tell people that we're live on Twitch. I haven't even opened Twitch yet. Are people around? I guess other people. I mean, opening Twitter shows me that people have already taken it on themselves to tell everyone. But, you know, we are live, so I think I should tell people that. This is a solid signal. Okay, fine. A lot of people are telling people we're live. Okay. All right, fine. We're live. All right, just give me 2 seconds here. I say we're, but it's like I am live. No, we're live. We're in this together. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Let's signal everyone. Those jokes are going to come forever. Okay. So what am I going to do today? I am not going to just do a highlight of the features. What I do have here is the new SolidStart docs, which look a lot like the actual SolidStart docs. You know, you'll just notice one huge difference. API reference is this. New one API reference is this. I don't even have to scroll. Obviously the docs are incomplete, so there's that. But actually, for the most part, this is going to be the takeaway today, is just how much less is in SolidStart. And I know you guys are like, what, you're selling us on less? How's this a good thing? Well, sometimes less is more. So, you know, yeah. That's the theme here today. So I want to tell a story instead, and this story is going to take you on my journey through web development the last decade, because I think it puts SolidStart into perspective. And in the meanwhile, we'll get the showcase off all the features, and I'll have the docs for reference, so we can talk through stuff. And as I said, I have not done this demo live before. It's going to be some live coding. It's going to be messy, like last time where I spent like 20 minutes figuring out that you can't put, what's those called? The certain type of quotes on use directives. You know, I've learned enough that I'm not going to do that again. But right. So where do you start when you do that? Like, I'm going to start here actually. I've got an example that I did update a couple files, but I'll explain it in a minute. I just grabbed SolidStart. I went pm create solid app beta. You can do this right now, and I just pre-downloaded this thing, and it has everything, you know, all the latest dependencies, the config, all this stuff. And there isn't much to it. What I want to do is actually focus here on the source folder, because inside the source folder is our app. And this is the bare solid example for SolidStart. And inside it, there is a entry server, which is our document. If you've used Vite before, you can think of this as like index HTML. It's a little bit fancier, but there is a document in here. HTML head, you can put your stuff in here. It tells you with script tags where to insert your app. Okay. There's an entry client, which calls mount. Why does it call mount? This is because it can handle like render and hydrate and like different types of scenarios. This is just an alias over like our render or hydrate calls. And you can see SolidJS start client here, and on the server one, unsurprisingly, start SolidJS start server. Okay, so we can ignore these files. People probably don't even touch them most of the time, and focus on what matters, which is our project in an app TSX. And what is our project? Well, let's pm dev and look what this project is, because you've probably seen it before. I wanted to play on your nostalgia here a little bit, and let's actually, I'm going to use an incognito window for most of this demos today, because I always like that. Hello. You've probably seen this before, right? This is a lovely spinning thing, and you probably remember the first time you went in here into the, sorry, I should get this one out of the way. You went in here and you played on the template, and you went, and you added a bunch of exclamation marks to the end, and you're like, look, hot module reloading. You know, this is nothing fancy, but this brings a lot of nostalgia for me, because this was create solid app, as mentioned, but I'm talking about create React app here, right? Like, you opened up your app basically was app.tsx, you put your code in it, and bam, you're off to the races. And there's nothing too special about this app. If we looked at the network call for the doc, you're gonna see some debug stuff because I'm in debug mode right now. Some Nux stuff from Nitro, but don't worry about that. If we look at our HTML, you're gonna see something very familiar. You're going to see, where is it? Oh yeah, it's so small I missed it. Body, div ID, app, div ID. And the reason is, this is a client-send rendered app, essentially. We just went div ID app div. And then our mount call, as you saw in here, just was like, okay, mount in element app. And our server call, well, you know what? I'm just going to give this a title. Why not? Solid demo. Let's update that. Page reload. Hopefully interesting. Yeah. HMR did not work on my entry file. I should check up what's up with that. It's possible because we're in CSR mode. Anyway. Now we have our solid demo. I'm just going to prove that we actually have a HTML document with a lot of Nux dev stuff. This stuff goes away on the build, but here we go, right? So pretty straightforward. We are missing that. And to be fair, the actual demo has it. I just wanted to start here for nostalgia purposes because I just wanted to take us all the way through, because what do you do now? You have your beautiful demo, you go pm build, right? And we're gonna build this. Oh, sorry. Am I in the right thing? Yeah. And we're gonna look at our output folder from there, and we're gonna see a lovely index.html that if I format this document for a minute just so we can see it. Oh, really? HTML files don't have a... I never use this computer, apparently. What I wanted to show was that this is... You know what? I don't need to show it because we're just going to use... We're just going to mpx serve. You guys ever use serve before? We're just going to use serve, the public folder, go back to our local host 3000, refresh the page, and we have our lovely thing. And now this time when I look at the document, there's some manifest stuff from Vinci here. I got to talk to Nikhil what this actually does. This might be a little bit excessive. But we have our div, app div, our title, our rendered stuff. That's basically it. There's even, our style sheet loads in. And how much JavaScript's on the page? Well, 5.7 kilobytes. That's it. You built your hello world single page app. It's 5 kilobytes like it's supposed to be, right? And that is the start of SolidStart. It is create React app. It's built on Vite, so there's a Vite config. You can do way more stuff, but at its base, I just have 5 kilobytes of JavaScript, and I threw the stuff in an app.tsx, and I think we've all been there before. Okay. See, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is like create React app, but the nice stuff, right? Yeah, none of this injecting, ejecting, whatever stuff, right? I actually don't know, and I'm gonna have to figure out like this Nux dev tool thing, like what Nitro is doing. Yeah. So, okay, let's continue on from here. 7 kilobytes of SolidStart. It's so funny because like some people come to me and they're like, I went on Bundlephobia and I see that Solid's 8 kilobytes, and I'm like, yeah, that's like if you're using everything, right? Like this 5.7 kilobytes is the demo code and Solid. And like Solid itself in like a hello world app, I think is more like 4 kilobytes or 4. Yeah, 4. I guess it's a bit larger now. This tells me it's about actually the code for this component would be about 1.1 kilobytes, so it's almost 4.5 kilobytes. We've grown a little bit. I'll think about that. Oh, Nikhil has the answer. We are building dev tools inspired by Nux dev tools. They should not be there by default if not opted into. Okay. Well, There we go. We have Nikhil Seraph with us, who is the creator of Vinci. I don't know if you guys saw the cover, the updated one. He's a big part of SolidStart project, and he also built the foundation that we built SolidStart on, because it is built on Nitro, which I've already mentioned before, which is the same thing that powers Nuxt. It's built on Vinci, and both of these are built with Vite, and then I just sprinkle on the Solid, which is why there's just so little of it, right? So I mentioned before that this isn't exactly the base template because I did it for nostalgia. If I go back here now and undo my changes here, this is the actual base template you get when you install the app. No more logo. So we're going to move forward a little bit. We're going to get our dev mode back going, and let me refresh, and hello world. And obviously dev mode, you see all the lovely JavaScript stuff that you get in dev. But this demo, I mean, if you guys don't believe me, this demo is also 5.7 kilobytes, right? It is a counter, hello world counter. It is offensive. Yeah. You're just baiting me. Of course, 5 kilobytes is less than quick. I think quick is 17 kilobytes or 18 kilobytes. But you have, like, when you load the framework, but it's 0 at the beginning, or like whatever the inline script is. You guys are just baiting me. Okay, I should know when a troll is a troll. Okay, sorry, just give me a second. I gotta have some orange juice. Okay. So, okay, so what? Now we have CRA eventually, and we have a counter. What's the very first thing that yeah, I anything under 20 is like, who the hell cares, honestly. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Okay, so let's just continue here. So I gotta get this start project out of my, we'll look at it again in a few minutes, but I gotta get on my view. Where do we go from here? What's the very first thing you do when you got your client-side app? Okay, so it's great, we have a counter. I think we want a router, don't we? So I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna install a router, okay? And the router I'm gonna install is, I'm gonna go with SolidJS router because that's the thing. And I'm actually gonna install the router you might be familiar with, because I could put 0.10 in, but I'm gonna go 0.91. I'm gonna go with the previous version of the router because that's probably what you've used before. So let's pm install. This will be important in a minute, but let's just go in here and let's replace, I don't know, let's just replace some stuff in here and just put a router in here. Let's get router, and come on, quick fix from SolidJS router, and what do we want to put in here? Maybe I'll put, I need a routes component, probably a route component, and some anchors. So let's just kind of go at it. Let's make a bit of a nav bar, maybe anchor. We'll make a, like, what, home, href equals slash, and we'll call that one home. And we'll make another one, say slash to-dos or something. We'll figure it out as we go. And then we will make a routes component. I think that's the pattern we use here. And then we'll put a route in it. And our first route will be path. Actually, this can be self-closing. I don't think I'm going to do any nested routes at the moment. It doesn't really matter. And we'll go component equals home, and we'll make another route, and we'll go path to-dos component equals to-dos. And obviously I don't have these components yet. We need to create them somewhere. I'll just make a folder in here. I'll call it like pages or something. Doesn't really matter what it's called. And inside pages, we'll have two new files. We'll have a home dot, I'm going to home.tsx, and I'll make a new file. I'll make, what's the other one called? todos.tsx. Okay, beautiful. And we'll import those here. Import home from squiggly pages / home, and we'll do basically the same thing from, what's the other one? To-dos. Okay. As I said, I'm going to do a lot of live coding today. We'll see if this is any good. We will export default function home, and our home will just have, I don't know, I could have kept the counter, but for now we're just going to put home, and we're going to put to-dos in to-dos. Actually, it's the other way around. It's the one I wanted to make cap, right? And sorry, if everything works properly, I'm hoping that when I get in here, we'll have home and then to-dos, and then we can go back between home and to-dos. Okay, that's not terribly surprising, right? All right. So there, we have a router. Let's continue a little bit further here, because I want to expand this out a little bit. Close a bunch of these. The hardest thing about demoing on screen with this stuff is that like you have to make the stuff so large so people can see it. Let's go const to-dos equals an array, and we'll put it something in here like ID1 hello world and completed false. Okay, just do that, and then we're gonna get some solid code in here, where we're gonna go what const, let's go to-dos, so not create, sorry, that to-dos equals create signal to-dos. Now I'm not going to make a full to-do app right now, but well, I'm not going to make like the full to-do MVC app, but we're going to just quickly, put something in here. Let's go. What do we want to do? We probably need a for component to show our to-dos for each. And then we will go honestly, for to-do app, I'd probably use a store, but I'm trying to be a little bit light here. So I'm just going to do dot title. We should import for. Okay, does that give me anything on the screen? Beautiful. Okay, looks good. All right. Let's actually make this a unordered list. And I probably should like add that like text decoration none. I never remember this stuff. This is my problem. I don't do enough stuff anymore to actually. What's the CSS property? What is it? Text decoration. How do I get rid of the bullets? Someone in chat tell me. I can't. This is not it. I wanted to get rid of the bullets. I can like look it up like the really lazy way. List style none. Thank you. Okay. Yes. There. Sweet. Of course it's indented. I don't care. Let's continue going. Probably is add some mechanism to actually add a to do, right? So let's put, I don't know, an input here, and what's the value? I don't actually care about the value. I need on, actually it's not even on input. It's on change technically. It's not even on change. I'm gonna make a form. That might be like, I don't need a form here, but let's make a form. Okay. Let's just make a form. And then we'll make a button that's like add, and then let's like, what do I want? Do another signal. I want like new to do, set new to do. Honestly, this is why you should practice. Not great. This is why you should practice stuff before you actually do it. We're just gonna go in a little bit here. I don't actually need the value. I just need on input. Yeah, I do need on input event, and then we'll do like set new to do equals like event dot target dot current, or sorry, just dot value dot trim. I'm sure that'll cause issues without validation. And then on submit of our form, we're going to simply, for now, go event. This is probably painful for people who make to-do apps regularly in their day job. Sorry, I'm just being some. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go set to-dos T, and we're just gonna go clone it, add a new object, which reminds me that now we need a counter. Let counter equals 1, and then it's simply id counter plus plus. Title is going to be the title is going to be the new to do text, and completed will be false. And what does it complain to me about? Is this one I tell TypeScript to be quiet? No. ID number title string completed Boolean. Sure, everybody came here to see me make a to-do. All right, what am I doing here? Theo's not watching, I'd safely say as any. All right. I know the last step here is going to be set new to do to undefined again. We'll do empty string. It's weird that I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Give me 2 seconds. Let me remove this and see if this still complains. It doesn't. So the problem is that it doesn't think this is a to-do. Did I get the shape wrong? Fair enough. Oh, right. This should be a string. In fact, we can initialize it to this. And then you're saying that if now that it's a string, yeah, see? This TypeScript developers are helpful. All right, okay, cool. And if we did everything right, what did we not do right here? Oh, we do need value. Silly me. I mean, I don't really need new value because I could also, depending on where I did the trim, whatever, I don't care. We can make it like non-controlled, but whatever. Hi. This is to-dos. Okay, sweet. Now this is, you know, I refreshed the page, which kind of sucks. So the reason I did that whole little setup here is because, which took way too long, unfortunately, is that the very next thing you do is probably load data from a backend somewhere, right? And I'm like, we're still doing a client rendered app, so I'm gonna make a new folder here. I'm gonna call it routes, okay? And routes is a bit magical. I'm not gonna lie. We'll talk more about that in a minute, but I'm just gonna, in the routes folder, I'm gonna make a todos.ts file, okay? And in here, I'm going to export const get, and I'm going to also maybe make a folder here for my server content, like why not? And I'm going to, what should we call this file? We're just going to call it todos. I don't know, whatever, todos.ts. And we're going to move our lovely to-do stuff out of here into our server. And I'm going to do this sort of lazy way. I'm just going to put a types.ts at the root here, just so that I don't have to worry like about TypeScript. I can just like, there's probably like a better way to structure this, but we're just going to do this so that our types file, let's go export type to do, and then in here we can go import to do. Like, I like being specific. From googly type. That's the root folder shortcut. We alias it. Okay, and then from our to-dos here, we're gonna actually have to do some work. We're gonna import we're gonna import a couple methods here. We're gonna import get to-dos and add to-do from server to-dos. All right, sounds good. Stuff's gonna crash right now probably because it's having some issues. I knew it would the second I saved it because this is all wrong, but we'll get there in a minute. And then in our todos.ts here in the server, we're going to export get todos. Sorry, function get todos. And it's going to be, like make it a little bit more realistic. I'm making it async. It doesn't really, I'm just so I don't forget later. For now, we're just going to return todos. And then export async function add to do. We take a to do of type to do, which we will import, and then I actually have to think of how I want to handle this on here, because we were just pushing to it, but realistically, I think we're going to actually clone here. Okay. Interesting. Actually, this isn't right. We actually should make it the title, because the counter is managed by the database, right? Who gives you the ID? The database gives you the ID. So, and to be fair, we could spend the time converting this to like unstorage, because this will get like a little bit broken, but I'm hoping I won't need to spend the time to do that. Unstorage is a great alternative where you can just basically set up the database however you want. And then title, and then completed false. All right. So look, we didn't even need the types. Yay. Now, if we are in here and we have a get, we can just return get to dos, I think. I think I can just return it. Get has a type of any. Right. What was the... This is like when I should like refer to my cheat notes. But should I return to my cheat notes? Oh, it's because I'm being dumb. It's because it's because of this. I'm so sorry. And interesting, actually, add to do doesn't belong here, does it? You guys know REST, right? So get to do's. Oh no, actually no, it does. It's a post, right? Yeah. So this is beautiful. We can go const post equals here, and what are we sending? We're sending the title in the post body. I actually am interested. I haven't used the API routes to do a post yet, because of the next feature that I'm going to show in a minute. So we're gonna actually figure out what we're going to do here, because what we get here is an event, which is a type API event from SolidStart. You shouldn't need that type extra. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna get there in a second. Let's first see if we can actually show the to-dos properly, because we're gonna go in here, and what are we gonna do? What's the create resource to-dos, and we're going to I think we're just going to call fetch. Where did I put it? API slash to-dos. Sorry, let's do a little bit more here. This is fun. I've never done this before. Like, I haven't used this feature in SolidStart yet, because you almost never do this, but we're being nostalgic. I'll explain in a minute why we almost never do this. But I think you got to feel the process here to understand what I'm getting at, because all right, I have to wait it to... I'm just trying to like force it in a way. Not going to let me do that. Oh, right. It's not capitalized. Res is used before it's assigned. Is this because I'm missing like a semicolon? Okay. Do I get to do this? Does this make everyone happy? Create resource, quick fix. Okay, sweet. Now what's wrong? All right, yeah. TypeScript's great. Now, this whole submission logic is all wrong. We'll get to that again in a minute. What's wrong here? Oh, I have to actually return something, don't I? All right. You guys still here? Sorry. All right. All right. Did I crash? I killed the server while I was doing this. Good to know that we can still do that. Okay, our to-dos show up. Success. Yeah, thank you, chat. Yeah, it's I built these demos. I should be a master of these demos. I usually have so much of a starting point that I just copy and paste over and over again that I don't, and actually I don't build in TypeScript 90% of the time. I think like it's just not usually where I'm at. Okay, so that's great. Now we need to do a post, right? I'm like, now, you know what? I don't feel like doing a post. I'm just going to throw this out here. Do you know why I don't feel like doing a post? And the reason I haven't done a post, like I can do a post. We'll make another fetch request, and then we'll put a post, a method post, and put a body, a JSON stringify the JSON to send the body, and then we'll parse it on the other side. And I think Nitro handles that automatically for us, and then we'll add our to-do. But this seems like a lot of work, right? So let's change this up for a bit, because yeah, this route API thing is lovely, and to be fair, you could go use that. I actually have a demo here where I do use API routes, and I can show you very quickly what that demo is, because it uses a library everyone loves, TRPC. Inside the SolidStart repo, you will see this example where if I go into routes API TRPC, I just create an event API handler like we just did, fetch request a TRPC endpoint, assign it to both the get and post methods, and ta-da, TRPC, right? So, you know, there is a use for API endpoints. It's for using TRPC or expanding an external API. But I found this like a bit tiring to kind of type out. You know, you saw what I just had to do. So let's not do that. Let's do something different. Let's go back to the drawing board again. And instead, you know, let's pull this out for a second. Let's call it, what are we gonna call it? Let's get to-dos. Const get to-dos. Okay, right? A little bit cleaner. I can see what I'm doing now. Yeah, I mean, this is all fine, but let's see. Actually, do I already have a get to-dos function? Oh yeah, it's right here. Yeah, exactly. That actually makes my life a lot easier, right? Because then let's forget about this. What if we could just import get to-dos from our server folder, right? Like, what if we were just like server to-dos? Like, okay, what if we could just do that, and then maybe in here we could just be like, guys, keep this on the server, right? And hopefully our app would keep on working. Yeah, see, we just fetched it from the server. So there we go. When our page loads, we fetch the servers. Because you remember, this is a client-side rendered app. This is CSR, right? Right? Like, there's no SSR going on right now. This is just client rendered app. But I honestly don't want to set up an API endpoint. You know, like, you saw all the stuff I was doing trying to wire it up. I feel bad for you guys, but I had to show you the work. Sorry, TRPC. I love you, but do you know what's really cool about this? Because I'm gonna go into, you know, let's just delete the whole freaking API routes folder. Like, we're done with that. You're done, API routes. What did I delete? Shit, that didn't delete. I feel like I probably deleted something else. Let's undo. Would you like to undo create server? No. Okay. What's going on? Okay. Okay, yes. API routes are gone. Okay. 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 What is useServer? Well, useServer is a mechanism so that when we call a function on the server, it just calls the function. But then when we call the function on the client, it does an HTTP request. And it just looks at these exports to decide, you know, make these calls. Now, I could get fancy and I could put useServer inside a function scope and then like put that in the to-do app. We might do that a bit later. But I just wanted to let's see if I can, because what do we actually want to do here, right? We want to take our to-dos, and then what's this, refetch? Yeah. And then what we want to do is when we submit, we want to go add to-do with new to-do, right? We want to send it, and then not new to, yeah, and then we want to go then after we succeed, hopefully, we're going to refetch our data, okay? Now, why is this complaining at me? Well, we don't have add to do. Okay, let's add to do here, right? And guess what? Add to do. It takes a string and returns a promise of this title uncompleted. Oh, that's interesting. So TypeScript just works out of the box, right? It makes sense. You imported it. So this is why I had to say goodbye to TRPC for a moment. TRPC does amazing stuff, middleware, interception, and all this stuff. Because you gotta recognize something right off the bat. And I'm gonna tell you right now, these are endpoints. If there is auth, security, or whatever, you need to take care of it. Luckily for you, all of these travel through SolidStart's middleware, so you can intercept it and put auth things on it. But you it's still, generally speaking, inside the endpoint, you got to check, right? You got to be like, is this user logged in? You know, the same way you would do any endpoint. So it doesn't remove all the work, but like, you know, it removes it significantly. So like, technically speaking, what I was just about to do was a lot more complicated. Now I think this just works because TypeScript works. We don't worry about parsing, and then we'll just refetch, right? So hopefully, let's refresh for good luck, but I go hi and I add it. Okay, what didn't work? Let's try doing it again. Okay, I have an idea what's wrong. Unfortunately, I don't like what's wrong here. Okay, so we have ID, hello, completed. Okay, and then when I put this, what do we get? We get a post Huh, that's very interesting. Oh, do you know what the problem is? This is so dumb. I'm being dumb. Did you guys see what the problem is? I'm returning the new array instead of assigning the new array. Like, we don't need to return anything for a mutation, right? We just need to do this, right? So what it was doing was returning all the data, but we just need to do this. We need to set the new data. We don't need to return anything for the mutation. We're gonna do it via revalidation. So now when I go, hey, it works. Next got it right. It's hard to fight React in terms of the convention. Like I realized this when I was talking to Jared from Bun. He came to me about a year ago and he's like, look, Ryan, I got server components working and server functions working, in an agnostic way that's not tied to React. But he used use server, and I'm like, we use server $, and he's like, yeah, but like basically I didn't want to go to every bundler and figure it out. In fact, Vinci project is based off a Bun app, which is a Bun concept that I don't think Jared actually ended up releasing, but Nikhil took the idea, put it on top of Vite, and ran with it. So yes, in a sense, their syntax won. We may have been the first to do server functions. We proceed quick. We preceded Next.js, but by several months. But I honestly, like with other things, React kind of ends up being like the little details on the API have a big impact, on how the rest of the ecosystem moves. I mean, to be fair, solid signals way pre-exist hooks by years and years and years and years, but that change to the tuple was inspired by React, like the array. So, you know, I think it's fair to say that sometimes because they make good, micro decisions on the APIs, sometimes because the whole ecosystem, is a customer familiar with stuff, means React has a lot more power in these decisions than maybe they should. But ultimately, I'm fine if it gets us in a good place. There are trade-offs. Don't get me wrong. Server $ is better for configuration, like sending options in. It's better for TypeScript. It's better for like. There's actually a lot of reasons server $ is better than use server, but I was not going to fight the battle there. It just wasn't one. I was talking about making things practical. The reason Vinci works like this is because Nikhil has React problems. He was building his sites on RCs and Next was way too slow for the build process. So he's like, I'm going to build my own Next. So that wasn't slow. I know Next, I think 14 or recent releases made it faster again, but he had a whole year where he's like, I want to use the latest tech and Next is way too slow. So he built it and he built the server functionality in an agnostic way. So I was like, okay, let's use it. I mean, to be fair, I could have converted it again to a $, but why are we doing this extra work when the stuff's already out there? Same way JSX. Anyways. The server doesn't allow having server and client code in the same file. Yes, and so does use server, to be fair. I mean, I didn't do that here because this was just so easy, right? I just put this here. But like I could do this too. And now I think if I go like this, I got to see this. Hi on client. It's on the server. Interesting. So maybe our tree shaking is incredible. No, okay, yeah. Sweet. See? Because it gets imported in both places because it has to run the function. But if I move this up here, Hi on client should not run in the browser. Hopefully. It doesn't. See? It's only on the server. Right? So, yes, we didn't go all the way to to what React's doing. Our server functions are like our existing server functions where they can work in the same file for your CSR. By the way, yeah, we haven't talked about React server components or solid server components or anything. I'm still just building client-side apps with an API endpoint at this point, right? We're not there yet. I just wanted to show you. We haven't SSR'd a single thing today. This is still create React app, sort of. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up on chat, but you guys go way too far from me. Yeah. All right. So basically, the whole point of this little piece here is same old server functions, the same thing you guys have been using for over a year. Next came out after, but they're obviously more popular, so we changed our syntax to match theirs. But generally speaking, same thing we've been doing all along. Okay. Okay, cool. So yeah, this high on the client does not run now. So, well, now we have routing. Now we have simple to-dos. We have API endpoints. We can do them the traditional way or use server functions. What do we need next, right? Well, one thing you might have noticed so far, and I mean, you probably haven't because we didn't spend any time on the network tab, is that if we look at our JS, oh, you can't see it because it's freaking dev mode. Okay, let's build our app. We haven't built our app for a while. So let's go pm build. And then pm start. Okay. We're going to do production app now. Okay. Now, you see this one client JS, and when I go to to-dos, I go home, it's the same, because even though we haven't any, well, this client JS is much bigger now. It's 16 kilobytes because it has the router, it has server function capability, it has resources, it has some stuff, right? You know what actually I didn't do? Although it probably should have been, we missed one thing on our in our async example here. It's not going to matter because our to-dos load really, really freaking fast, but we probably in our app around our routes here, probably a good idea just to throw a suspense boundary in here. I mean, it doesn't really matter because we're not server rendering, nothing's waiting, but when we first load the page, the to-dos aren't there yet, right? So let's go, what should our fallback be? Fallback equals whatever, loading. Okay, whatever. We'll probably never see it though, because of how freaking fast it is. Oh, right, and this, I'm in build mode. But the reason I want to show this is, usually you don't load your whole app on, no matter what page you go to. You need to add code splitting to your routes. So let's go back to our app. Our app's pretty easy. We have this. If we want to code split these, well, this also is not too hard. We can go const home equals lazy, and then we can go import this. Quick fix, import Vercel.js, and then we can do the exact same thing for to-dos. To-dos. And now, when I build this, and start it, I'm hoping I see the main entry, and then I see a little one for home. And see, it's only 13.4 kilobytes over that, which is still locked to the router. But then when I go here, well, we have a little bit extra for the server function handling, and the more heavy page, it's got like data loading resources and stuff. So you see that we only needed to load the stuff, you know, on the routes that we visit. So that is how we get code splitting, obviously, with our router. But there's like a small little problem here, because let's see if we can see the problem. It might be hard to see the problem, but when I go here for the first time, oh, it's hard to see the problem. Can I see this? Okay, let's see if I can see it by going fast. Like my dev tools just can't be big enough. Maybe I can try to, what I want to show you guys here is, should I just like record the, should I just record, let's just record a timeline here. Let's just go record and then go to to-dos and stop. Why am I like not seeing anything? Oh, here it is. Okay. It's like almost like I got my dev tools so blown up that I'm not actually seeing the events. Trying to like snoop in on like one very specific interaction. I'm not going to see it here. There's a waterfall. Because if you look at our code, we're sitting on home, we navigate to to-dos. The code for to-dos hasn't loaded yet. So it has to go load the code for to-dos, get that back, then load our to-do data. So we do there's a cascade. We wait for the JS and then we do the data fetching. So it would be nice if we could actually fetch the to-dos for the page before we fetch the code to parallelize it. Now, our to-do fetch is pretty fast as is our other resource, so I'm like not seeing it here. Like, I would love to see the JS load in. It's probably because the caching, I'm not seeing it, but like, when did the JS load in? Why am I not seeing the JS here? This timeline should have, the network timeline should also have it too. We should see the, if I go home, I mean, it's so freaking fast anyways in this example, but like these cascade, these two events cascade, but we want to hoist it. So one way we can hoist it is if we go back into our router, we can now go to our to-dos and go, let's add a data function, okay? Keep in mind, you guys, this is not the current version of SolidRouter. I'm using the old version of SolidRouter. I just want to show you what I'm doing here. But our data function, let's say it's to-dos data, we need to get that, and you don't want it part of the lazy loaded, you want it part of the main route. So we need to go get to-dos data, right? So we need to get that from, where are we going to get that from? I mean, generally speaking, classically, I do stuff like pages. Maybe we get it from, yeah, let's try this. Pages / to-dos .data or something. That seems reasonable. And then, because for code splitting reasons, it can't be part of the to-dos page. It has to come in a separate bundle. So we're going to go to-dos .data.ts, okay? And then right now this is actually this function, but like I'm just pretending like we had to do more here, like maybe get parameters and stuff from the route, you know. So we're just going to go here and go what? Export function to-dos data, and this is a router load function, and then we're going to return. Actually, you know what? We're going to move this whole create resource call into it, So we're just going to do this const, and we're actually just going to return this quick fix. So as you can see, this has some client side code, get to dos. We're going to get from there. We're going to quick fix this one as well. So we have our data function that is not part of our components. So it's not part of the same thing. And then here we can do like use route data, and here it's okay if it references it. Let's move get to dos, to do. So what we're actually going to do here is import, what is it called? What did I call this? To-dos data, yeah. Import, actually, to-dos data from to-dos data. And then we're going to go, this is type, was it return type of to-dos data. Quick fix, we'll get that from the router. Yeah, are these to-dos? Oh, okay. Okay. So now what will happen is when the router loads, let's see, did I get the app right here as well? To-dos data? Yeah, okay. Let's see if this still loads properly. What will happen is, and we'll go here first and we'll fetch. What'll happen is the server call, you can actually see the green being in the same spot. The server call and the to-dos call, so to get the JavaScript and to get the server call happen in parallel now at the same time. So this is just something built into the router to enable parallelized fetching. And you might be like, well, why bother doing that in the router? Well, it's important because if you have nested routes and you don't only show them conditionally and stuff like deeper in, you need the code to show the outlet. So like if you want to hoist all the fetching up, you have to at least define it above the route level. You can't just stick it in the page components because nested routing won't run until it goes to render the next section. So hoisting is very important, and this saves us now because we don't have the waterfall. We aren't waiting for the JavaScript to load to fetch the data for the next route. So this is very, very, very common. As I said, we're still in our CSR app, but honestly, I don't want to do this every freaking time. You know, I don't want to do this every time. Do you want to do this every time? Do you want to code split it, create the function, create a separate file to figure out, you know, how to do it, to hoist it, to get the kind of performance you want? I don't want to do this. But all people love the fetching components, yeah. I know, and all people are wrong. It's simple. Waterfalls are unavoidable when fetching in components. This is like it's very hard to avoid them in all cases because layout concerns and data concerns are different. It's that simple. But this feels cumbersome, right? So let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let me show you a little secret. Can I show you a little secret? I'm going to take these routes. No, I'm going to take these route definitions here, okay? And then I'm going to console.log them, okay? We'll just make a second copy of the routes. I don't think it really matters because they're never going to get instantiated. So we're just going to, I don't know, we'll just make an array. And we'll put these two in here and put a comma in between them, okay? I want to show you what routes look like in SolidRouter. So hopefully, now let's go back to dev mode so we can see my updates. And when I refresh, you're going to see, it doesn't really matter server or client. We're going to see children undefined, component props path this, component props data function this, you know. Oh, that's funny to use data. It's because of solid refresh. I actually should. I wonder if this actually makes a difference. Do something. Didn't actually make a difference in this thing. It's just curious if this changes what's going on. Did I forget saving in one spot? Oh, yeah. There it is. Oh, there we go. That's better. Okay. Yeah. So the heuristic around what's a component is a little bit tricky with solid refresh. Anyways, my point is you can see that these are just config objects. This JSX just creates configuration objects, okay? So, yeah, this pattern that we're showing here, ironically, it pre-exists Remix and their loader pattern by over a year, but it was very influenced by the same thing. Remix and us basically got our influence from Ember and Ember router. And essentially, I've been using this. My first router had this kind of pattern way back in, I think 2014. But like we've been doing versions of this. What happened with React routers? They had something like this up to React Router 3, and then they got rid of it, and then they brought it back in React Router 6. Ironically, like this is where we started like 10 years ago, but then everyone's like, oh, let's just fetch in the components and not define our routes high up and just do stuff all over the place. But then we added code splitting and stuff got bad again, and that's kind of how we ended up back here again. But yes. Anyway, yeah, this is a lot of work. So what are we gonna do? Well, one thing we can do is delete everything we just did. Can I delete all that? Yeah, I can. Yeah, let's just delete everything we just did. Yeah. So what if instead of doing all of this, we just went, let's get the routes from a file system. We did this. And then weird completions. I mean, I could show you. We'll take a look in a minute, but we'll go file routes, right? Let's console log this again, file routes, and we'll see what we're doing now. What are file routes? Well, I'm just gonna rename this folder from pages to routes, and I'm gonna grab this data function here. Okay. Fortunately, I think I have to grab all this again. I'm gonna go back into our to-do app, and I'm just gonna go export const route, which is just a route config. And then we're going to bring this back up here, and we'll worry about reconciling this stuff in a minute. But we're gonna basically, in our route configuration, we're going to add a data function here, and yeah, what am I missing? There was an extra format. And now we don't need this anymore. No to-dos.data. We'll just stick it in the same file because we don't have to worry about code splitting with the file system router. Great. And type of what? Route.data. And then what is this? What's my satisfies route? I think this for this version, partial of route definition is what we need, because now we will know that our data function, like we will know what these parameters are. So there we go. And I mean, does this just work? Oh yeah, yeah. Here's our file routes now console logging. You see there's some more information on the route definition, but our file routes component, again, is just a config object. So honestly, as long as you know how to handle that config object, you're good to go. So you could just call as a function, do a little wrapper, have your own router with your own conventions. It doesn't really matter. Obviously these are keyed to solids conventions, which is like component equals path equals, but you could do that. But now we don't have to worry about lazy. Lazy happens automatically. We don't have to worry about code splitting, happens automatically. And we get this, it's a little nicer, a little less imports. We can do that. And actually, just to prove that this still actually works, let's just build it and run it for real. Right. And start, run it, network. Interestingly enough, we're getting a little bit more JS here, but let's see here. Okay, so here we have this. Oh, right, because I didn't put GS only filter. It looks like they chose to split the bundle a bit for some reason. Oh, interesting. Did I lose home? Oh, do you know why I lost home? Because home doesn't follow the convention, because it should be index, right? /home would work. So I did have to change one thing. And in Solid, if you want to name your index file, just put it like this. Then you don't have to worry about that, essentially. So let's do this again. Because I could just make this index, because that's what it is. It's the index. But we can also do that. And now home works. We have the JavaScript for home. And then when we switch, we'll get the new JavaScript for the to-dos. Okay. That's essentially it. Code splitting still works. Parallelized fetching still works. And instead of doing all that work we did for the last 20 minutes, you literally just put in a file with the right name. And we're there, okay? Yes, very much inspired by the Refused. Yes, yeah, I mean, it's funny because Sapper had isomorphic data fetching and they had it earlier, except then they went to adding server prefixes for server specific stuff. We don't have that, right? You can just stick the server stuff wherever with useServer. But because the data loader runs on both sides, but the biggest difference, I guess, technically speaking, is this is like SvelteKit in that I think SvelteKit has a CSR mode. We haven't done any SSR yet, guys. I'm sorry. I know you guys are probably expecting SSR. We're an hour and a half into the stream and we have not done any SSR yet. How does the data function get code split? Well, I wonder if we can see in dev mode how that works. Let's look. Because it's because of the router. It's because of the way Da Vinci has a configurable file system routing system. The routes we actually got back that it's console logging actually tell the whole story, but let's see if we can actually look at the transformed source code here. Because if I'm right, to-dos will have the page component. There it is. And then there will also, and you see that there's no route data here. But then if I go into client, oh yeah, I guess it's getting bundled together. We're probably not going to see it because what are we looking for? Is it client or web? Okay, maybe this is less obvious, this thing, but Vinci lets me configure exports from the file, and then we get created into virtual modules automatically. Yeah. But the important thing to understand is that the function's isomorphic, right? So that essentially this runs on the client and on the server if you're doing SSR. fact, honestly, in this at this point in the progression, this is when SSR actually kind of started, because why did we code split and go through all that hassle? I've been trying to show you the progression so far, because we started with a simple app, create React app. Then we added a router because we need pages. And then we added data fetching because, when you go to different pages, you can't just serve the same data every time. You want the update. And then we code split. But why did we code split? Well, it's because our app was getting too big. We were loading all the JavaScript at once. And we're like, oh, this slows down our page. Then, we had to do all this wiring because the performance got worse because now we had all these waterfalls. And then we're like, doing this wiring sucks. Let's use a file system router, right? But even with the file system router and the server functions, the prevent the waterfalls, everything configured properly for you, the initial page load might still be slow because you're waiting for you hit the server, get the HTML file back. It has a script tag on it, which goes and gets the JavaScript, get that back. Now you render the page, go to the server, get the data. You see that we went to the server 3 times in our client-side rendered app in cascading waterfalls. What if we could, and until that last one comes in, we're not going to see the content of the page. What if we could render the page initially on the server, so on that initial HTML, we already can see the page, and then, let stuff load in as it's ready, which is, pretty fast, but we want to do that. Well, the answer to that's really quick, easy. Okay, now we're done. Now we're server rendering. So our create React app is now maybe I got ahead of myself. First bug on the stream. We knew we were gonna hit some. Aha. Yes, I know what this is. This is something that I haven't backported into the old router. I just added this yesterday. Give me 2 seconds. We'll just bypass the module preloading on the old router. 2 seconds. Sol.js start server. We don't need any of this. Comment out. Okay, beautiful. Sorry, I was like literally merging PRs this morning. Okay, back to my effect. You just click server render true. And now, when we look at our network and we look at our response here, let's get our doc. Let's do one with a little bit more content on it. And we look at what's in our response now, besides the Nux scripts for the dev mode, what you're going to see now is we actually have server rendered content. Our div app is not empty. We are server rendering. We are hydrating. Everything works. And all I had to do was flip a switch. So we went from our CRA app to basically like this right here is kind of like SolidStart is today, right? It's SvelteKit, it's Next 12, it's like, plus server functions. It's like if Next 12 had server functions. Like this is kind of where web app development has been for years. But the jump from CRA to that can happen by just hitting a switch. Why is that? Well, lots of reasons. And if you don't believe me, the first benefit you can see right away. Want to see the first benefit right away? Let's look at the network fetch calls when I refresh the page. There are no server calls. You know how when we load the page, we have to get the to-dos? How is this hydrating and we don't have to fetch the to-dos? Oh, I know what's going on here. This is why I use a file system store. Sometimes when you have a dev server, you get different versions of memory between HMR. You should use a real database. You'll never have this problem. But if the persistence is in the JavaScript code, weird stuff can happen. Okay. We won't worry about that too much for the second here. What I'm getting at here is the reason you didn't see that initial server call is because Solid fetches it on the server. It serializes the data into the JSON on the page. And you're like, okay, that's great. Next does that too, right? But, everybody does that. But the key part you have to understand here is that because you use resources in Solid, like that create resource call that we were doing, where is it in here? Solid automatically knows how to serialize. And luckily for everyone, because we have data fetching with suspense and everything built into the framework, if we go and we change what this create resource call is, like for say Tanstack query or something, it uses create resource under the hood. So it also automatically handles data serialization and streaming and all the features. All these features just work because they're built on top of this primitive. So turning on SSR is trivial because you don't have to change how anything works. You already wrote it the right way to enable us to do it, because we know, okay, we don't have to refetch it in the client. We can just take the serialized data on the server. We can run to the server. So you already get your optimized data fetching with basically every library out in the Solid ecosystem. And I'll show you what I mean by that in the next section here. But you can see that we didn't have to change how our app worked at all to change it to SSR, because just server rendering initially and handling that handoff of data serialization is built into create resource. But okay, that's pretty good. Let's talk about yeah, actually, no, toggling its feature is cool. Next cannot do this. I mean, this is why I'm talking about this, because I think we figured out the right boundaries. I think that we are building towards the shape of frameworks to come. That's where the title of the stream came from. Of course, there's more. There's always more. Okay, let's keep on going. I want to show this in practice to you all, because the truth of the matter is, I was really happy with this data routing pattern for like 10 years, but it changed, right? Data patterns change. This is a stink. I got to thank Theo Brown on this side, T3 Theo. He gave us a half point on our TypeScript because our actions were really good because we could do this, but he's like, what is this freaking garbage? Return type of route data. Like, this sucks. And the reason we have to do it is because we want to parallelize their data fetching, and then you got to hoist it up. And, I went on a stream and I was really happy. I was like, oh, create server $ action, whatever. And I'm like, this stuff is so cool. Everyone's going to love it. And he gave me real hard feedback. He's like, this is confusing. Which function's the server function? Which I think we've addressed now by removing all the special $. There's just like the one use server. And he pointed out that, TypeScript wasn't the best. So I was like, okay, let's go back to the drawing board. How do we enable the future of everything we want to do? Well, it actually turned out we have to change the router. So how do we change a router in SolidStart, right? How do we change the router? Oh, right, we just install a new one. Why not? Let's do this. PMPMI. Let's get a new router. Because SolidStart isn't tied to a router. We don't actually care which router you use. There's a couple interface points, like the one that I just aired out on us. Remember when we went in here and I was like, oh crap, I know what I did wrong. These things need to better gracefully, there's a couple points that need to be documented. The couple places, like this is for adding the link preloads for the JavaScript in the header. We're using a shared context thing. So if you go in here and you write to that shared context as part of your router, then you will be able to get preloads. So there's like a couple things like that, but for the most part, and this should just not, like, basically if this doesn't exist, like we should just have a check here that's like, does this exist? If not, like this is just bad coding. Like it should be like, you know what I mean? Like null check it. But what I'm getting at is, let's forget about internal SolidStart code. Now that I've got a new router, let's just change how the routes work. So first thing in the new router is the setup's a little different. There's no routes component. And in fact, if let's do the old restart TypeScript server, because this is like, it's so funny. What is it? Or what is it? It's not restart. What is it? Reload, restart TS server. Yeah. Something I've never used so much until recently. Well, you can see that there's no routes component. So right now, we're just gonna update our app to the new router. And guess what? The new router doesn't need capital A's. So yeah, different convention. Like, yes, I need to go in and I need to change it. I mean, you can use the capital A, but that's not how it works. There's no routes component. So the way the new router works is we're going to go here. It's got a different API. It's kind of like a different router. We're going to stick the FileRoutes into here, and then this goes away, and then there's a root component we're going to use, and it's going to have props, and I'm just going to, what is it going to be? It's going to be, give me a second to do the refactor here, but this stuff can go inside the root. There's a reason for these design decisions. I wouldn't stress them too much. You can read all about them. I might even talk about them more. But okay, here's our new router has a different API. Our file routes still go through, but there's another difference in our new router, which we're seeing right here. Our new router doesn't have a data function. We changed the mechanism. It wants to use a different data fetching mechanism. And the thing is, use route data doesn't exist anymore either. So we got a little bit more work to do to change this, but TypeScript told us, and in fact, that our new router has a load function that is very similar to the old one, but we're going to use some of the new router patterns here. We're going to call get to-dos here, and we're going to get rid of this. We're going to go create async, which is a new primitive from the router. Create async. It's basically a resource, and it's just going to return to-dos. And what do we want to do? We want this async function to, I guess it's just get to-dos, right? Okay. And no refetch. I'll talk about how we do mutations with the new router in a second. But yeah, okay. This should work. To-dos here, TypeScript works. That's good. Create resource, we don't need anymore. We'll worry about add to-do in a minute. Okay, so let's see, did we convert to the new router? Did that successfully work? Looks like it, okay. So we just switched which router essentially was in SolidStart, and it still works. It's basically a different router, but because it can understand the FileRoutes config object, now we're in a different world. And what's really powerful about this is because it's a hybrid routing approach, you can, like, basically we say that this is your component, but then you can set whatever other fields your router supports in a config on your route. We can support whatever your router is. Like Tanstack router, I believe, has a load function. You can just put it in here, and then if there's a solid version of Tanstack router, go for it. Right? So we are not tied to the router. That's why I started with a 5 kilobyte solid demo, because I wanted to show you that SolidStart is not the router. You know, there's a file system router in here, but you're not tied to, you know, like Tanner has written an amazing router. I think when there's a solid version, a lot of you guys are going to use it with SolidStart. You might not use the solid router. Maybe we can merge our efforts and that would be even better. But my point is, because you're using SolidStart, it's not like you need SolidStart router. It's not like Remix or Next or any Svelte kit in this way. Like, this is on one end, low level, just, you know, create React app. So let's keep on going. Well, there's a problem here. Thank you, Dave. It is doing something. In fact, it's doing too much. It's actually fetching twice. Uh-oh. What's going on here? It's fetching. Yeah, so we got a problem here because the load function is calling get to dos, and createAsync's calling get to dos, and well, I mean, the first question is what, like, we've got some issues here. I'm actually kind of wondering why createAsync is calling get to dos, because by my best estimation, createAsync should not be calling get to dos. It's possible that we'll see what's going on in a second. You're using useEffect. So, but my point is, yeah, I was expecting multiple fetches. Like, this is not quite right. So what do you do in this situation? Because we could get rid of the load function, right? And if we get rid of the load function, why is this doing this? Let me just sanity check that this isn't the problem. I wanna see what's going on here. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm actually not sure why we're even seeing any here, because obviously when we change page we have it, but this should actually be getting caught up by the resource serialization. It should not be fetching again on the client. We'll look at that in a minute. But what I wanted to point out here is you can always not do the load function, but the problem is if you don't do the load function, you aren't going to have that hoisting, and link preloading, like hover preloading, isn't going to work. The reason we switched to the new router, let's say, is because we want hover link preloading. I didn't show it here for an example, but if I go back into this and I add this back, and I hover now, I'm on the, let's go to the home page, and I go to network, and I hover over to dos, it's prefetching the data for the next page for me, right? So, you know, this is why we want the load function, but now we have, you know, a different API constraint. We want a cache. And the reason I'm mentioning this in an example is I want to pull up another repo example for you. We'll go back to what we've been working on, but let's open up a file, new window. Let's open up, let's hope I actually have it on here. Solid Hacker News. Yeah, beautiful. Okay. We're going to grab a specific fork of Solid Hacker News. I haven't updated Solid Hacker News for ages, until very recently. So this branch is probably way out of date. Let's pull Netlify. All right, where are we? Okay, yeah. Well, to make my point here, I implemented Hacker News using the new router with Tanstack query. All right, this is all like, close all that. Okay, let's npm I. And all I did was I set up, that's my fetch API, and then I set up a new query client from Tanstack query, and then in my routes, like we were just doing, I just, in my load function, query client prefetch query, and then inside here, create query with the right query keys. So this pattern that I'm showing here doesn't require a native fetching pattern, because the combination of the auto serialization, the resources, the fact you can use server anywhere means that you can just put in whatever data fetching mechanism you want for caching, right? Here we're using query, and then we're using Tanstack to prefetch the query. And if I run this, hopefully I'm safe to do it on 3000, I am. And I reload our page. You see, actually, you saw the streaming work there, right? With the loading coming in. And yeah, we have the prefetching on hover from Tanstack. So this is just like Tanstack actually feels, the query feels almost native here, because you could picture using, if you really like the Tanstack app, using Tanstack router and using Tanstack query, because like the same data patterns apply here, right? This load function lets you ensure your cache, and then you click on it and your data is there. Obviously not everyone is going to use Tanstack, but this is just an example of how you could take a Hacker News example and use Tanstack, right? I took this same Hacker News example and I used Solid's data APIs. And if I do that and I go to, yeah, this one, you're gonna see it's very similar. It's a little bit different. Solid's new router's new, sorry, not router, start, Solid router's new API. Well, we just wrap your fetcher in something called cache, and then we give it a key, and then you can call that function multiple times, and it's only going to get called once. This cache lasts the request on server rendering, and it lasts, it's kind of like a navigation preload cache. It doesn't, when you go back and forth in pages, it basically lasts for 5 seconds, just long enough to do preloads, and then it exists as a back cache for browser navigation to make sure that the content's still there. But generally speaking, this is a very non-invasive cache. It's not there to like be like stale or revalidated. It's not long-lived. It is super short-lived. But if you want a longer-lived cache, use Tanstack or use a different caching solution. This is basically a default solution to do it. You just take, this could be your server function, take whatever you want, stick it in the cache, call it, in the load function, call it again in your createAsync call, and then we're good to go. I can show this in action here. Let's see. Yeah, streamed in. When we hover, we get the preload, we go to the next page, hover back. We were just there, we still have it in our cache, but if we wait a little longer than 5 seconds, and everything fetches once, and then when you do your initial render, no data fetching because it does it on the server properly. Yeah. I'm actually kind of curious what's wrong with our example, but let's, if I was to take our example here to use the new router stuff, let's stop this one here. This is the Solid Hacker News. But if I was to take our thing that we've been working on to do this, I would take this get to dos, and then I just go, const. I'm just going to do it here. I could do it in the other file and then put the use server inside the function, but I'm just going to go get to dos equals cache get to-dos, to-dos. And then quick fix. Again, you don't have to use this API. It just makes things nice, because this cache, it can be referenced at other places. It basically uses the arguments you pass to the function as cache keys, and then you can go get to-dos dot key for whatever the argument is. Here, this doesn't take any arguments, so I can't show you. But if it because if I try to do it, TypeScript will error out. But basically, it uses a combination of this plus the arguments as a way of setting the cache. We're going to talk about invalidation of the cache in a minute, but I just wanted to kind of show this in action because we should be able to now we load our app back and go to to-dos. Yeah, interesting. With the cache, it's working properly where it's not double fetching. I got to look into that. createAsync should work on its own. But my point is that, yeah, this now only fetches once, not at all on SSR. And this gives us that powerful ability to do preloads. See, already loaded the data for the next page. So, different router, new data patterns. What's cool about the cache is actually that we also have the other side, right? We can do invalidations. I'm going to do this as AT. We have const. I'm going to put it here. We have something called actions because server functions are just functions. But if I want to do a mutation or something, I can make add to do equals an action of AT. And this will be fine because it's a server function. Let's quick fix it because I'm missing an import. Beautiful. And now, the first thing with an action is I can just call it in our submit here, and I don't need this refetch anymore. When I do this, this should just update right away. But we have a problem. What is our problem? I saw an error flare out. Oh, sorry, I missed this myself. This is my fault. If I want to use an action inside a component, we need to inject the router into it. So we actually have to call use action. My bad. So let's go here. Const, what is it called? Add to do equals use action. Add to do action. I'm going to do it like this. We're going to name this one add to do action. Sorry, my bad. Now when we do it, our ghost data is still in somewhere in there. That's funny. I think, oh, it's because of my previous submit. Okay. Sorry, HMR. Use real databases or file system stores when doing HMR. Otherwise, weird stuff can happen. But you see that it's doing the updates automatically thanks to the action. So yeah, and what's cool about this API is this add to do action can be used to do optimistic updates, right? So what we could do is we could go const adding to-dos, and we can go use submissions for our add to do action. And then now we actually have the submission. So what we can do actually, which is kind of fun, is in our list, I think we can just go adding to-dos, and then I think it's just the title that we have, right? What's this title? Oh, right. No. It's I'm gonna call it sub, and then it's sub dot title. I think it is sub dot input dot title. This is you can tell I haven't used these APIs enough, have I? It's an array of submissions, and each input. Oh, it's just the input. I'm so dumb. The input for this thing doesn't have a name, right? We're literally just passing. It's actually input 0. I'm just being stupid. The input is the arguments that you pass to the submission. So when we're adding our to-do, we have an array of string, and it knows the argument, so it gives you a little hint of like what the arguments are. So like when you call it, you pass one argument, which is title, which is a string. So input 0 is that string. So for each adding to do, because the thing with our functions is they can have any format. You can have as many arguments as you want. They don't have to be named. It's transparent. So essentially what we have here is sub input 0 will be our adding to do's. And then if we do something funny here, like style equals, I don't know, color red, what should happen is that, I mean, this might be way too fast. We might have to introduce a delay. Our ghost ones. It should, the new to-do, while it's optimistic, should be red. I don't know if you saw that. It was really fast. Yeah. Did you see that? It was red. That one was a lot faster. But essentially, we have optimistic updates to this. And the reason that this is important is because this action, like why do we have this use action when, why am I putting the action out here? Is because this can be imported anywhere. You can use submission in different components. Like you don't have to do it all locally. You can have optimistic updates in different places, just using the action as the key for the optimistic update, essentially. So obviously it's convenient in the place we're using it here because we created the action here and we're using the action here, but we can also put this in different components. And what's beautiful now between the cache and that and the action API is that we have TypeScript all working properly here without any of those type of return ofs, and we have preloading, and we have optimistic updates cross components, and all the other kind of fun stuff. So again, but look, have we imported anything from SolidStart here? Nothing here is actually SolidStart. We could have used Tanstack query. We could use Tanstack router solid when it's available. My point is that SolidStart isn't really anything here. We're just happen to be using this library, right? This is one pattern. I like this pattern. I think it's a very good pattern, but it is just one pattern. It's a very TypeScript happy pattern. So, now we're kind of like caught up to things like remix. I mean, I haven't talked about all the features. We're SSRing. We could pre-render. Do you guys like pre-rendering? We can go into our start options here, and we can, we can pass options directly to Nitro. So we can go like server, pre-render, all the Nitro options go to server. And then we can be like, let's pre-render one of the routes, and then like we can go routes array, and then we can pre-render that, right? We can go / we can also do something really cool that Nitro supports. We can go crawl links true, and then it will try and pre-render your whole site. I'm just going to do build to see if we can actually see this. We should have 2 pages, right? We should have / and then we should have to-dos. Yeah, it found both of them, / and to-dos. Not a hard thing, but it means that like dynamic routes, it actually looks through the links of the rendered pages and see where you link to other pages on your site, and then it pre-renders them. So you can even get dynamic stuff. I don't do this on Hacker News because you'll literally like pre-render the whole website because you'll keep on fetching more through links. there's way more config on Nitro, but what I'm showing here is our client side thing we were doing this whole time, like our CSR, that was just pre-rendering the index page. But I'm using the same mechanism, essentially. There's nothing special with CSR mode except for not rendering the server, when we have the server side, not rendering the body, essentially, like leaving it at the document, and then telling it to pre-render index. Here you have the power to pre-render as many as little pages as you want. So this is something SolidStart never had previously. So now we have per page pre-rendering. So just wanted to throw that out here. So SSG fans rejoice. We can do pre-rendering. Okay. Okay, but I'm not done. Do you want to see some? Well, this is kind of why it's taking me so long to, because every piece has to have the right responsibilities to truly make something disappear. Because the problem is, if the responsibilities misalign, you have overlap, and that's where bloat comes in, both from performance, maintenance, everything. You have to find the right boundaries of responsibilities. That's why the Unix principles are, philosophy is so powerful. And this took a bit of time to find where that right balance is. Okay, well, the reason I said we're not done is I want to message SSG because people care about SSG. But the other reason we're not done is you might be like looking at this and you might be going, okay, you told us that there was too much JavaScript, so we code split. Then we had all this complexity and we had file system routing to handle it. You told us, API routes were, you need these when you have it at SPA to get your data, but then there's too much, wiring. So then we got server functions, we handled it. What if JavaScript doesn't work? What if the pages don't have JavaScript? What can you do here? Because none of the code that I wrote actually would work because you're handling this form submission and all this stuff. So can this work without JavaScript? And the answer is yes, because yes, I used our action here, and I like submissions or optimistic updates, obviously, but what if we didn't use the action like this? And what if instead we just said, hey, form, add to do action? Well, I have a problem here, because add to do action it takes a string, and the form doesn't know what its string is, right? So, I mean, now I have a little bit of work to do. So let's go into our to-dos here. I kind of want, now I have to do something like this, and you're like, oh, you'll see where I'm going in a minute, but I'm going to do it the way you're supposed to do it, which is form data, and then we're going to go const title equals form data, was it string form data dot get title, I want to say. And then that should probably work. We also have to make sure that our form input name equals what was it? Title. And because we're using a server function, there's no JavaScript really required for this. So let's see here. What's wrong with the sub? Oh yeah, right. Now we have to get title. Oh, and that's not a string. So we have to do it. Now, okay, let's get in dev mode and make sure this still works. Oh, form posts are forms for actions need to be posts. My bad. This action API only supports posts. So good error message to catch me here. So we should make it method post. Okay, there we go. All right. Now I've really screwed things up. Let's hope I get out of this pit. We were looking at the dreaded hydration error. Okay. HMR is not perfect. I think that's something we can all respect. God, you guys, chat is just on point today. Sorry, I missed this one a bit earlier. Obviously, with form data parsing, you need to actually what do you call it? You need to do validation and stuff, but let's continue. I hope that this works. Okay. Of course, it's not going to work on my lovely demo. Why does this one work? This is why you prep your demos ahead of time. I do have working demos, but of course... Oh, do you know what it is? This is the stupidest thing. I got to remember this. I think I know what it is. It's one of the most awkward things. The zeroing out of the set to do messes with the submission. It has to happen after it submits, which is a pain in the ass. There's some things we have to talk about on that side, because like the timing of a submission is interesting, because you get the on submit event and then it submits, which means if you want to do stuff like after you submitted, like there isn't a great way. Anyway, you see the optimistic updates, everything still works, right? Okay. So I guess the real moment of truth here is we're going to build this for real, right? And then we're going to start. And we're going to refresh. And yeah, I mean, who cares? It's probably still working. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the network tab, JS, whatever. Actually, I don't even think we have to do this. We just have to go disable JavaScript. Okay, now there's no JavaScript. So when I load the page, well, that's interesting. These are all blocked. Yeah, that's cool that they show that. They never used to. I can still navigate around because it's doing full page refreshes now, because these are just anchor links. Like we're not doing a spa mode. There's no JavaScript in my browser. But if I go hi and I add it, what is this supposed to work? It's going to be like another one of my things. All right. What did I miss this time? All right. Action is add to do. Add to do is, well, actually, let's inspect our form for a second and see what's going on. See, our form actually has the encoded server action encoded into the name. So we can see that it's server ID this, name this. So technically speaking, if we do this, preserve log, and we do this, this should be all that we need. We should see the post to this, which should return a redirect back to itself with the new to-dos. Interesting. I wonder if this is still the persistent problem of using this stuff in memory. That sucks. Okay. I'm going to show the exact same demo from inside the SolidStart repo with the completed Hacker News demo. Or not Hacker News, To Do MVC demo. I will look into that in a minute. Okay, so let's go in here and let's do pm-filter example to do MVC. I wonder if it's the difference between build and dev. Can we sanity check that first before I give up? This might be just me not spending way too much time in dev and not with build until recently. Because I'm in dev, JavaScript is disabled. No, not the difference between build and dev. Good to know. Okay, let's go into example Hacker News. Let's just do dev here. Localhost 3000. Actual to do MVC. JavaScript disabled. Sweet. So this one actually works. You can see that it does full page reloads whenever I do the edits here. So same exact pattern in this example. Where is it? I wonder if looking at SolidStart will actually like show me the error of my ways, because the actual Hacker News, not Hacker News, I keep saying Hacker News, the actual to do MVC example here, the biggest difference is it's using unstorage for file system handling, so like the data isn't just in memory, and then which might actually be the root of our problem. I think server functions and non-server functions end up in two different copies of memory, which is interesting. I don't want to delve into that. This is something like in a real situation with the actual database, you'd never have this problem. So let me see here. Yeah, because this is the full-blown example, right? Cache, action, all the actions, bunch of submissions, and IDs. So we're basically seeing the full picture here, and it's using forms, add to do, method post. This looks very similar to what we just did, right? Oh, we got a raid? This is why I need to check Twitch more often. I'm just showing people SolidStart, which is the solid meta framework or non-meta framework. It's funny, I didn't actually get a raid notification. That's weird. Am I just like... All good. I will continue on my I'm showing progressive enhancement right now in SolidStart by using actions directly in forms. But okay, let's go back. Let's turn the JavaScript back on. Enable JavaScript. Okay, let's turn the JavaScript back on, and let's go back to the demo that we've been working on this whole time. All right, let's start this one up again. We had to do a little work to get this to work with form data, which was kind of a pain in the butt, right? What if we didn't want to work with form data? Like, you're like, man, why do we need to do all this crazy stuff, right? And there is a solution for this that also works with progressive enhancement. I'll show you this, but wouldn't it be nice if all the changes we just made here we didn't have to do? Like, we could just undo this. Like, we already have our server stuff. Why give this up just to get progressive enhancement, right? Like why do we want this casting stuff to strings? Actually, we probably still need that, but why do we want to cast stuff to strings? That doesn't seem like fun. Why do we want to, worry about all this when we can just go like this? See, when you don't have an empty action or a form data, it knows, TypeScript knows. They're like, no. You can't pass this action to the form. You have different arguments. But this with function knows the arguments, so you can use partial application here. So I'm just gonna take with what was it, new to do. So now I have the new to do text in here, and I'm good to go. Now, to be fair, this exact example is not where I would use this, because you see the problem here. This new to do only updates with JavaScript because it's an input field and doing this. To be fair, this one you would probably still handle as form data, probably. It just makes sense. The place where it gets a pain in the ass is, let's say you want to delete something in a to do, right? You have to pass the ID. Now you're putting all these hidden fields in. Like, how do you get the ID in and have it work with progressive enhancement, right? So going back to our Hacker News example here, yes, here I'm just using add to do. But if I'm going through my rows and I'm like showing my stuff, I'm like, I want a button that toggles a to do on and off. I go toggle with to do ID. Or I want a button that deletes the to do. Where's it? Here too. Remove to do with to do ID. And if you notice, these use the same form, and I'm using form action here instead of action. This also works. This is part of the reason for this API, because now you can just use action and form action, and this knows how to serialize this into a string for SSR. And it means if the JavaScript's not there, we can still post this form with the correct data. The thing you have to understand is, when you have one of these actions and you are rendering it from the server, so JavaScript does not work in the client with it, this needs to make it to the client. It needs to be encoded. So anything you call with this will end up in the client, even if it was initially server rendered. So I do want to point that out to people. I feel like this API is much more explicit than using stuff like closure extractions with server functions. Like, nothing will accidentally end up in your server function because, from a localized state, because we literally don't do closure extraction. So we don't have that same problem Next.js has. But if you need to localize it, you can just use this with and then pass the parameters directly. But just understand, if you're calling a function, passing the parameters in, submitted from the client, it's going to be on the client. What's the difference between action and form action? Action goes on the form, and it's the single action. You can in fact have these override it. Individual buttons in the form can choose their own action, and so you put it on the button instead. That's basically the difference. You can actually have action, button, form action, and like another button that's not has a form action that submits the form's action. This is all HTML. So this is just I didn't need two forms, so I just did it this way. I could have actually put a hidden field in here that said to do ID, and then not done this and then parse the form data. But this is a lot nicer, because now toggle to do is just an ID number, which means all the optimistic updates are much simpler. You're just dealing with like values instead of form data all over the place. As I said, I kept the form data for this one, for like the actual showing of the to-dos. Where is it? Where's the second for loop? There's one for loop, yeah. See, so I am actually doing it still here. Form data makes a lot of sense when you have form fields. like input fields. Form data does not make a lot of sense when you're just doing actions based on an ID, like deleting something. Like when you're not actually doing form-like behaviors, form data doesn't make a lot of sense. But if you want to be progressive enhanced, you can do it. You can also not and ignore this whole topic. But I wanted to show you the pain in the ass it was to use form data and to show you how you can avoid it and still get progressive enhancement. Easy to close. I'm wondering if we could pass into it the name of the input that will be automatically extracted from the form data and passed to the action as a parameter. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. You have to think of how progressive enhancement works in that scenario. I'm not sure. Yeah. The thing is, you have to understand the reason that this is the case is, check this out. Let me explain. A little bit quick side note on closure extraction. I am not a big fan of closure extraction. This is one of those things though that is up in the air enough that I can understand that, like, if I'm wrong in, a year or two and I change my mind, like, don't hold me to this too hard because it's a new area. But what I want to explain is this. Okay. I'm just going to scratch pad this for a second to explain. Top level, we have function something. Okay, I'm actually going to turn off this so that we don't have to worry about it. Function something. And out here, we have import database. Okay, DB from DB. Okay. And then if in here, this is, use server, whatever. And then I go DB dot stuff. This is not closure extraction in the classic sense, because we don't need to, in the client, you don't need to send anything to the client to do this, right? And if this has, ID something, whatever, or sorry, no, let's like some kind of argument, and then we pass that to here. Like, obviously the client is going to call the IDs, so the ID is coming from the client. But this isn't closure extraction because we can just make this a module on the server and we're good to go. We don't actually care about this. This works and has no risk of leaking from the perspective of, like, the chance of this leaking is from side effects and tree shaking not working. It's not because, like, let's take this further. Const secret. This has no freaking side effects. It's very clear this has no side effects. If I go like this is never going to get to the client, assuming that use server bundling works. Like, this, it's just not how these things work. The closure extraction problem is that you define this somewhere, right, inside another function. So you go something else. Okay. Because, like, I don't call this closure extraction because you don't serialize anything. You don't bind it. It's just literally in the code references. The problem with this one is this belongs to the instance of this, right? Like, every time you call something else, you get a new something. So if secret is here, you have to call this to make this. The problem is we need this to be a separate module that gets called. So when the code actually gets transformed in a JavaScript framework, like when it's doing these server functions, this becomes this again, essentially. It registers some stuff. But you're like, well, how the hell do you get secret from here to here? Well, it sees the call site, essentially. Like, it sees where you define it here, and it goes, okay, it makes essentially something 2, and it goes, okay, something 2 is something bind, or we can use my with, it doesn't matter, but with secret. This is essentially what it does. And then you can, like, what I didn't include in the original examples, I'm assuming somewhere down here you have something 2, right? This now has, so you do all this transformation. You have something 2, right? Did I? Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. You see what I'm getting at? So secret gets bound. So when it creates an instance, but the actual thing gets hoisted. And then this, like this binding or whatever, transforms your function to basically have like this. It's a little bit more generic than this, but like I just want to show so you understand. So you're actually changing the input arguments to your function, essentially, or like using some kind of context injection into your function, and then binding it at the call site to get each copy of it, and then you can call it with just the argument you have, and the other one secretly gets in. But basically, closure extraction automatically does all of that for you, so you don't even this just works. It doesn't error or whatever, and you don't realize this secret got sent as an argument that now is in the client. To be fair, I think Next only does closure extractions on forms, and they do the special form behavior. Quick had to figure out something there too, and they do like this encoding stuff. You can just avoid all this stuff by having an explicit API for this. Like, maybe the convenience of this is so great, but the fact that it is not clear that this looks like, if you remember our original example with database, this database, top level here, stays on the server. This doesn't, but it's not obvious why. Yeah, the thing is, there's 2 problems. The taint API is, I think the biggest value of the taint API is largely to do with, like, you don't know what a client component is further down. Like for RCs, like you pass some kind of property around, you're passing it around, and at some point it crosses a client server boundary, and where you define the secret is over here, and whoever decides what the client goes to the client serialization with the client component or island or whatever is over here. And now you don't know, because you're initially you consume a component, it's another server component, and you pass a prop, and you're like, I'm good. This is a server component. I don't have to worry about the client. But then someone else who actually implements that server component goes, oh, to do this new feature, we need more on the client. So we're going to pass more of those props or that data through. And you, as the ultimate consumer, don't see that change. However, now suddenly something that wasn't serialized before is now making it to the client. And there you go, leak. That's why you need stuff like the taint API, because essentially the disconnect between that. And for the longest time, I was like, we need to make the boundary between client server more obvious. That actually doesn't help the consumer of upstream server components. Anyway. Only tiny bit. The idea of encryption, yeah. Like, first of all, now you need encryption, which is love. But the thing is, like, you kind of don't want, like, the problem with this is not just secret. It's like, let's change this now to super large JSON blob that I happen to be reading. Like, I'd care about serialization even if it wasn't about secrets. So that's ultimately, like, that doesn't do it for me. Like, I know this is all automatic, but I also worked with .NET when we used to freaking serialize the universe back and forth on every page request. Sure, we can do that, but I'm not buying. So, anyways, little side note on closure extraction. This avoids the need for closure extraction, and it also is explicit. So we'll see if people like it, but for me, this is win-win. Right, so I showed off the to-do MVC example. As I mentioned, very little coming from SolidStart right now. So the SolidStart actually do anything. Does it? Well, it does a couple things, right? It does the server functions, but there's no import for that. Let's refresh our memory what SolidStart does. Well, it has file routes. We talked all about the file routes. You can just inject them in your router or whatever. It has an HTTP header status code components to help you like with branching and errors. It has app TSX, where you can like inject your context parameters, add your router, do whatever you want. It has entry client, which is the mount point. It has entry server, which is basically like your index HTML, or like where you can get the assets kind of injected in. We could have used index HTML. I just like doing everything in JSX. You can do that remix trick where you don't include the scripts, and then you're like, look, I have a 1998 website with full page reloads and no JavaScript. We have a Vite config, which can help us deploy to different places by using Nitro presets. The server thing, like a lot of them are actually detectable, so you don't even need this. Like if you just take a SolidStart project, deploy to Vercel or Netlify, it will automatically know what platform it's being deployed for. You don't have to worry about adapters at all. This is a nice improvement of using Nitro. We have our dev and build. Start right now is just an alias for the node local. We could do more. There's useServer, which we talked about with server functions that can be done module level or can be done function level. We can serialize lots of data types with useServer. This is from Serializing. It's the same serializer that Solid does. If you care about this, watch my stream about server functions and server actions, because we can do crazy stuff with this. Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself. Localhost 5000, I think I put the docs on right now. Okay. So we talked about routing. This is so funny because I had a hard time writing the docs because I'm like, okay, this is fine, it hasn't changed. This whole head of metadata section uses solid meta, but we haven't talked about solid meta today because you literally don't need it. You just import it and use it like any other library. A reason this works again is because Solid has a use assets thing that just injects stuff automatically in the head. So you can use any solid meta library. Solid meta is not part of SolidStart the same way the router isn't. Public folder conventions, CSS and styling. Again, you can use whatever you want. We have examples with solid styled and Tailwind inside the SolidStart examples. Route pre-rendering, we talked about this, right? You can pre-render specific routes, you can crawl links. This is all from Nitro. Data loading, I talk about the cache and 8 actions we just showed, but honestly, you can use Tanstack query and forget like this. Like this isn't even really part of this. Same thing. We haven't talked about handling redirects, to be fair. So let's look at we talked about API routes, like just using get. This state management is a work in progress from an open source contributor. We haven't talked about sessions, middleware, or like handling redirects and stuff. So let's go there. Generally, our load functions are void. Like it does technically return stuff and it can pass with the component, but this is more for semi-backwards compatibility. I recommend using the load functions because they can be called multiple times. I recommend just using them as like a load or preload function and not think of them as a data function. So yeah, let's keep on going. I love how these examples all still work on the API side. So I'm the TRPC. Yeah, let's go back to our demo. What did we want to? No, actually, no. I think we took our demo as far as we're going to go at. I'm gonna show some more specific examples now from this point on to show different features of SolidStart. So let's look at an auth example. With auth, this example you can get off the endpoint. What I did, off the CLI script. Again, simple router setup. Biggest thing here is we have an index route where you have to be logged in, which loads get user, which is just some get user call. And then I'm using it with createAsync here. There's a login page where you can use the submission to show error messages. And then essentially under here on the API, I have our kind of data layer where I have cache, action, and action. And these are wrapping our use server, which is all our database stuff. Like I often like using use server like this, top level. It just keeps that separation for people. I like the flexibility. I think this is also just, just doing it because it can be nice. What you're going to see here is that those three functions that I showed you, login and register, they do take form data in this case, because if you look at a login page, it's kind of basic. It's just like, I am a form. There might be a redirect hidden, but other than that, it's like, this is very much form stuff. So I'm just using form data. Like if I was trying to use actual APIs, I'd either not like actual like interactive stuff. I'd either not use forms and not care about progressive enhancement, or I would use like with and use data. But for a login screen, you just want a form that always works, right? So pretty simple on that side. And the logout button, also very simple, So let's go back to our server implementation. What's cool about this is error handling and redirects. And I want to talk about this for a moment, because I'm throwing redirects, and you might be going, okay, that's a little bit weird. I thought you threw errors. And you're going to love this even better. I'm returning errors. No, that's get user, sorry. I'm returning errors and throwing redirects, which seems kind of weird, but if you think about it, it actually makes sense, because look, if it's an uncaught error, that's different. We catch the error boundary handles it. But a lot of times when you're doing form submissions, you have like 400 level errors. And now I don't need to use an error object. I can use whatever I want. But by returning errors, I have a promise of error, essentially. Like either this logins or I get an error back. And why this is beneficial is that when I look at my login screen and I want to show an error, I know that this result is an error. So I know TypeScript works perfectly for displaying the error information if it's an error. See, most actions are probably void. Like you don't need, they might be a success message. That's a reason not to. But the type is, like, actions are not the same as gets. Gets, generally speaking, you're returning some kind of data. You care about that data. That's a thing. If you're not authorized, you might get a redirect. Or, there might be some kind of, error state that you like is unexpected. But for actions, like doing stuff, generally it's a void. The only thing you actually care about is the error. And this temporal state, this doesn't last. Submissions don't last forever, right? This is only like while you're in error. There's options on submissions to clear them and all this stuff, So generally speaking, this is what you want. You don't want redirects as your return type. You just want to be able to redirect. And some APIs I've seen just call redirect. But the problem with that, which is kind of awkward, is like, does it throw? Like if it throws, then the next line of code will never actually run. Like this is very explicit in what's happening here. You call redirect and you throw the response. And let's show this example here. Example with auth dev. And obviously this works with JavaScript turned off, progressive enhancement, the whole fun thing. But if we go here and we refresh, we're trying to get in, log in. No, redirect us. Let's go back to the index page. Nope, you're not logged in. You cannot get in. This about page, funny enough, is not protected, so you can go there. It's a not found page, but you cannot get into the protected page. And when we do this, nope, passwords must be at least 6 characters. Okay, that sucks. Well, now it's 6 characters. Oh no, passwords, sorry. Wrong message. I meant to do this one. Usernames must be at least 3 characters. Now let's make our password like something super long. It's invalid login, whatever. Like, this is this kind of mechanism in practice. And we use cookies as a mechanism for handling these errors. Like if I go in here and I turn, sorry, I'm on the, this is a fun thing. Certain screens, Command P does different things. Let's disable JavaScript here for a second. Disable JavaScript, right? Let's reload the page. No JavaScript. This still works because we use cookies to basically do it. You notice, you can tell the difference in JavaScript on and off because the input loses its state. We could probably use the submission to repopulate the input on the server because we have like flash messages the same way we do this. I didn't implement it, but this is like a very easy for me to demo to show the difference of like when this works and doesn't work, right? JavaScript's off. We're still not going to let you do the redirect because it goes to the server on everyone. But yeah, let's enable JS again. So let's actually succeed at logging in with the password, right? And now we're in, and then again we can just log out. Right, we're done with this demo. I can shrink it. I'm gonna make this one big. So this is the basic pattern, and I'm actually using some cool server stuff in this example because I'm actually using server from H3, which is part. If you're not familiar, Nitro and UnJS use something called H3 as their HTTP server, and I'm re-exporting them through SolidJS server. So this actually uses session management, and for H3 to use session management, you just basically pass in the event. This GET request event I haven't showed off yet. SolidJS Web has a new way of using async local storage to inject the event, and this is how you can get the request. The request event has a specific form, but we can pass it to H3 helpers like useSession to set up sessions, and then it's automatically handled for us. So for example, in this example, when we get the user, we get the session, see if there's a user ID on the session. If not, we throw a redirect. Then we try and get the user in our database. If not, throw a redirect. And then we return the user without their password, obviously. Similarly, when we log out, we get the session, and then we remove the user off the session, essentially. So, and actually, sorry, when we log in, we add the user to the session right here. So we have the full power of H3 at our disposal here with SolidStart. I don't know if you've seen H3 before on JS. I imagine it's probably criminally underdocumented, but it gives us a lot of handlers and helpers to handle and stuff. H3 has all this stuff. You don't have to worry about all this. This gets wrapped for you. But like get read raw body, read validated, request, get query. See all these helper functions? These are all available to you. Cookie management, session management, cores, headers. This server runtime basically is completely at your disposal here. Yeah, no, I don't know how much this trickles down to Evan because the driving force of UnJS is more the Nuxt team, and I'm not sure how much Nuxt and Evan and Vue kind of overlap. But I mean, Vite being agnostic was a key game changer for all of us. Although my understanding is that this effort for UnJS started before at least Vite 2 added support for non-Vue frameworks. Like they were doing this. They started this during a Nuxt 2 time period. Yes. Because you can use that same GET request event. The only thing you have to consider though is that calling those functions there it's isomorphic. So technically speaking, you can grab it and it won't be there on the client, but you're not going to, like, these methods are not going to exist for you. So like trying to parse cookies on it doesn't make sense. But you could like wrap that call in maybe in a server call. I don't know if there's very many cases where you would actually want to do it purely like you might want to grab some data off of it, like say is the user logged in, like something you tag on like the middleware and the locals, and then read that in the request event. But I'd probably do that like at one point high up, and then feed it into the other mechanisms, like context or whatever, because like this kind of code makes no sense in the client, right? So for the most part, you're going to be handling this stuff. That's why we have wrappers like what I was showing before, like around HTTP header and status code, because like these could happen during initial render, but like these are safe that they end up on the client. They're just no ops. Like you have to kind of guard for this scenario for things that actually directly impact the request response. An is server will probably do enough. But yes, they are definitely accessible. Async local storage runs all the way through the page request. Sorry, can you expand on what you mean by use server directive programmatically? Yeah, just interesting, because our use server is just functions, which as like pointed out here is Next does. I think that they do behavior like to throw the redirects and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that like if you tried to write something in the next line and it throw like, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's cleaner, but it's not clear. So maybe TypeScript yells at you. I don't know. Maybe they've got like special tooling. I'm just using what I got. Like our forms, like when I was showing that cool with example and all that, that is not compiler tricks. It's actually whole runtime. We don't actually do anything special for our server functions because our actions are compiled. Like the only compilation piece is hoisting the server function like out when it's inlined as a function in a client component. We don't do anything special with forms. We don't do closure extractions. We don't do a lot of stuff. Everything's very explicit. And sometimes that means more code and it's more work, but I actually think what we've done here, and I think you'll see from what I've shown everyone here, is that it actually doesn't have to be bad to use from a DX standpoint. Like we're talking about like the tiniest of maybe code savings for, in my mind, a huge improvement in terms of clarity and understanding. Okay, so I get it. Throwing redirects is weird. Some people will knock it out at, but it tells you very clearly what you expect back from your action, which is chef's kiss from my perspective. Because then all the optimistic updates and everything work properly. No. Good question though. We have serialization for a lot of things. We can serialize streams. You can serialize response objects. You can like you can do that trick where you're I think Misco did a demo the other day where he was like watching his file system and having an update in the browser over a server function. Yeah, we can do all that stuff. The one thing that we have not done is serialization of functions. That is very tricky because it's the closure extraction problem. You need closure extraction to do that, because you're just arbitrarily creating a function in scope. Well, I guess you don't need it, but like it's a closure. It's like a function of a function, which is a very difficult thing to work out. The reason Quick can do it largely is that the thing that causes the function to be serializable, they split it out already as one of their pieces, and then they can reference that code directly. We have no other code to do that right now. Like like server functions work one way and that works the other way, which is the same way Quick works usually when they're like doing their stuff. They break all their stuff into a bunch of different closures and a bunch of different functions and then lazy load those pieces. So they already have a mechanism for doing that serialization, where we don't. We only do server functions, only go this direction, not the other direction, if that makes any sense. But It definitely is a cool demo. I will say that. Okay, so but the funny thing is here, I need to point it out here, use session is coming from SolidStart server from H3. So we have another thing. This is redirect is from the router. So like these server functions know that they're being used in actions, like essentially because they're part of the router. Like this is not built into SolidStart, all this throw redirect stuff. This is actually I didn't show it earlier, but I mean, and I can't do this exactly because of the well, what I'm saying is you can have purely client actions with Solid Router, like if we didn't have session or this database thing, and the throw redirects could work in a pure client side app that had no backend that wasn't using server functions. So like kind of like Remix did with React Router 6.4, and they backport all the Remix stuff into the router. The latest release of Solid Router does that essentially. Everything works purely client side, but then it also works server side and also supports server functions in a generic way. All of this reducing a huge amount of weight out of SolidStart and putting the work in the server. So, you can kind of see when you remove those responsibilities how much simpler everything gets. To be fair, the demo of serializing a promise that serializes another promise kind of shows off almost the same kind of way, because you can like load data from a server function and then wait sometime later to await the promise you return from the function. So it's like delayed. So like yeah, or like any of those streaming examples are perfect examples of this with async iterators, where you can see like the code come in and then the client actually chooses when it wants to pull the next piece of data from the server. Anyway, sorry. I demoed a bunch of that stuff, and I think one of my recent streams, if it wasn't the last one, it was the one before it. Okay. So progressive enhancement, auth, session management, thanks to H3. All those things from H3 we get for free. What else do we got here? Middleware. I've been playing a lot with different examples here for middleware, but the pattern for middleware right now could be one where we could get more feedback. Right now, you just specify a middleware file in your start config. We could make a convention like middleware TS is always middleware or something, but for now it's like an opt-in feature where you just specify a file and its location. And then you can define two types of middleware, on request and on before response. And essentially the way this works is you get your event, the event we've been talking about this whole time. And then you can, do stuff with it, and these just run in order. And if you return, it early exits and considers itself doing the response. That's basically the key to it. Like the default, there's no next or forward. This is based on Nitro's pattern. I don't know how everyone feels about this. This is just what was kind of built in for us. And essentially, you can just intercept it. If you don't early return, then it just progresses down and you can process it, right? So one example is adding protected routes, right? Here there's an event and you check for the protected routes, you get your user, and if not user, send a redirect. This is using H3. Otherwise, put it on event.locals and you're off to the races, right? So very simple middleware mechanism, maybe the oversimple. I've seen people who have like per route based middleware and they intercepted like a bunch of different places. My gut, I haven't built a big enough project to need that, but my gut is that like middleware is something you don't want to get lost. It's fine to have co-location on things that are very localized, and maybe the middleware is localized and I'm just missing it. It's just this is a place that we're definitely open to more opinions to think about. generally speaking, the reason we have it set up like this outside of our handler and doing this kind of in this global fashion is because it applies to API routes. It applies to server functions. It applies to page rendering. So this middleware makes sure that you can intercept stuff for all the different types of things coming in and out of your server. So it's, it's a little bit low level, but, here we are. Yeah, see, I've heard about this, but this always gives me pause. There's a certain complexity that comes into that. It would be interesting though. One of the challenges we've had is that we support any routes. So like I showed you how you could just insert the file-based routing, but you can actually combine file and non-file based routing because it's just like an additional config step. So like trusting that the file-based routing is the whole story on routing is not something that we could ever take for granted. I mean, some of the other benefits of file system routing that you don't get with the normal one, other than the lazy loading, the code splitting, is also like ACID CSS preloading. And like there's a whole bunch of things that come benefits. So you should probably just use the file system routing, and the config, like export like route gives you enough power to do more with it. But on the other hand, like it's hard to like force people down that path. Like some people will never touch file-based routing, and I support them. Of course, you could say then they don't need get this feature either, and then they can like look into it. But yeah, it's interesting because generally speaking, for an API route, I guess it kind of makes sense because like it has a location, but like server functions don't have a location. And page routes, like the nesting doesn't really impact middleware. Do you know what I mean? Like yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Next, used to have middleware co-locating if that's running and moved away in favor of global middleware. Yeah, it'd be interesting to understand that decision. This seemed reasonable to me high level, but I could be completely wrong. All right. So that's kind of it. Like I mean that's like are we ready to ship? Like pretty close. There's some bugs, but I mean not as many. I have an example with Prisma, MDX, our doc site. I absolutely loved going into our doc site and just being like pre-render crawl links true, like but I do want to talk about there's a few more things because like I guess I didn't give you guys a good invalidation example. Can I do one right now? I'm just going to show you something. So this is not SolidStart, but oh, actually, I want to go here. Actually, I want to sign in. Why am I not signed in? Okay, let me look at my recent sandboxes here. I want to show you all an example here. Solid router next. Okay, just to kind of show the power of route invalidation here, because the one thing that might not be clear from what I've been showing off today is that with data, with the cache APIs, you get automatic fine-grained updates. I made this silly app, and where's the console? Is it here? Yeah. So you can like see loading, prefetching, and motion. See, fetching. Fetching user one, loading in, running. I'm just kind of showing like I made this example a while ago, but one of them, and I've showed this on stream before, but one of the more interesting things is how the new data APIs came in. And I got a chance to basically define some actions. Of course, this isn't not using SolidStart. I was just hand showing it. So this is still like the bulkier way where this is what you do if you weren't using file system routing, where you define a few of your actions and caches here in the data function so the code splitting works properly. And then this is your load function for the route. But what I was kind of showing is that you can kind of control what happens on the page a little bit. I don't know why anyone would ever want to do this, but in this example, I have Joey's settings, and I'm going to click update to add an explanation. See, Joey's name did not update because I said revalidate none. If I do nothing for revalidation right now, if I just leave it alone, we'll refresh the page, right? And I do the redirect and I go, you're going to see an explanation update on Joey's name because we updated it. We're just going to add another exclamation mark and you see it updates, right? And if I do something like go here and go here, you're going to see double exclamation mark on the list. But we could trick it a little bit, right? You'd think, what if we were here and then we caused the user list to preload, then we click update and quickly switch it. You know, this is why, because these are two different caches, it's possible to kind of get around this, which might be why you would want to revalidate more than just the one particular cache for this thing. That's or what's on the page. So one thing we can do is we can say, like, let's invalidate all the user ones, because here we have users for this cache. And then I'm also using for the top level data, where is it? Users data. I'm also using as the cache key, because this is basically users with no arguments. And this is users with arguments. Now, the thing is, if there was multiple and they had different keys, it's fine. We could stick an array here. So what we can do is Joey settings, hover, update. And you can see that the exclamation mark propagated. So I just want to do a little note about here. The biggest thing is that, generally speaking, we removed the revalidate option again. The default behavior, I'm actually surprised that the default behavior didn't do what I thought it would do, because the default behavior actually should be to invalidate everything. Sorry. See, I have some problems with Code Sandbox, which is why I shouldn't demo it. What's going on? I wonder if I have an outdated, this isn't actually using the actual router directly. That's lovely. Basically, the default behavior is we revalidate everything, essentially, on mutation. Otherwise, you can set keys, and then you can also use a dummy key if you want to revalidate nothing. Keep in mind, the cache only lasts like 5 seconds, so this is mostly just around forcing preloads around navigations under different scenarios. But I just wanted to kind of show that, you know, and you can always, if you're not sure what the key is, any cache API like getUser, you can go getUser.key or key4 and pass in the same argument again to get the specific key. So like if you want to know what the key is for the specific ID, you can always go like, what is it? Revalidate getUser.key for whatever the ID is that you want to, I guess it's the ID that's coming in from here. So there's a lot of power in this API, but my gut is most people are just going, because it's just for preloads, most people are just not going to bother the revalidate option and just let it do its thing. But I just wanted to show that there is granular invalidation, and that you can do it either for redirects or reloads of the same page. You can also throw a reload. That's another thing that the router provides. This is router-based APIs. And know that the cache actually does data diffing. So it will only update, like it uses a store under the hood. It will only update the exact field that changes, essentially. So you don't have to worry about like things re-rendering. Even like you could, like I didn't show it in the to-do MDC example where I probably should have, but like when we are updating like text in the to-do or whatever, it does revalidate, like send back the data for the whole to-do list. but it only updates the one field essentially because it automatically does fine-grained updates. Okay. So yeah, this is essentially the like the router piece I wanted to talk about. But yeah, let's talk about what's coming. Couple things. People are probably the number one thing you're probably wondering about is, can I go into this Hacker News example? Can I go in the Vite config? Can I go start and then do something like islands true, and then it be basically like Astro? Like, can I just go example with example Hacker News, and can this produce islands for me? And then what do I do? I go into localhost 3000, open my page, have it do full page navigation. But if I go into a specific story, this still works and is able to only load the minimal JavaScript. Well, the answer to that question is yes. The island solution is still there. It's still considered experimental. It works still about as good as it did before, except for literally last week, something broke in the prod build. We'll get this fixed before SolidStart beta officially comes out for beta 2, or maybe not. Islands is still considered experimental. It's still there. The islands piece, so like Astro-like experience is still there and is as easy as turning SSR on and off. You just go islands true. The thing is, we want to get something like server components. We want the hybrid router, and that doesn't exist in this repo anymore, if you think about it, because the router does not exist in this repo anymore. It makes absolutely no sense for this router, for us to actually SolidStart actually have the kind of server components type stuff, like the hybrid routing with the islands. So that's going to be in the router repo, and it's going to take us some time to port that over. But generally speaking, Alexis is working on the island solution, and we at some point in the future will update the router to support islands. SolidStart probably, or sorry, the islands routing, but SolidStart probably won't actually need much of a change. It'll probably need some stuff, but generally speaking, most of the work for that is actually going to be in the router to get like the server component type stuff. Other things that are cool that are, even before we talk about, hybrid routing and server components, is that, like Remix, like Tanstack, like all of this, whenever we were doing mutations, you saw there's two requests. There's the post and then there's the revalidate. Because of what I was showing in this example here, where we know what to revalidate and we know what the next page is and we know how to preload the next page, it's completely possible for us to actually return the data with the redirect on the next page and basically do single flight mutations without server components. Obviously, server components do that, and that's one of the benefits. But you could do this with pure JSON APIs in a SPA, basically. We don't support that yet, but this is another reason why I like the API design, handling invalidation through headers, essentially. Like this is a response, is that we have the power here to basically enable features that you can only get in stuff like server component architectures in your Create React app. Server functions with single flight mutation and invalidation. This is the power here. If you're not ready for SSR, it is a switch, but sometimes your libraries don't work properly with SSR. Don't worry, you're not going to miss out on anything. You're not ready for islands and reducing the JavaScript or hybrid RC stuff, whatever. You can still use suspense and stream on the server. You can still, have progressive enhancement, like work with no JavaScript. Like, this is all progressive. This isn't like you have to buy into a single solution, because that target is always moving. We just got to make sure we're building the right pieces to enable people to do what they need. I'm not going to pretend like I know what that final product is completely. I have good ideas. I've put a lot of work into this, but I am not here to sell you a product. If you want to know what maybe the fundamental difference, maybe this is why SolidStart is where it is today, and what it's like is we aren't one of those VC startups. You know, like this is a different perspective. I and the team working on Solid care deeply about enabling you to build the best possible app you can build. And if that means using Solid, that would make me very, very, very happy. But I'm not here to sell you a product. Sell us a lifestyle. I was thinking the same thing. I like that. Right? So what is SolidStart? SolidStart, yeah, Solid is a lifestyle, not a product. It's true. He makes it so hard. I know it's taken a long time in beta, and we're not even out of beta. But like, let's face it, Next 13 was a beta. The whole year was a beta. So we've all been there, right? Like, things are changing. Stuff's hard to get right. I don't even know if we're 100% right here. I just know that like the potential and the direction seem to align, and we're at a place where I think it's reasonable to say, like, yeah, this is good. We can put a stamp on that, right? Like, there's so many features I can think of that can be built on this base. Another thing we're missing right now is get for server functions. Like, sometimes like caching works better with gets on server functions. It's completely doable with the APIs for the server function to have like a .get and then like change it to get request. We just have to like handle it properly in SolidStart. What else? Server-side persistent caches. This cache is the router's cache version, and that it is for preloading and, you know, simple. But like, what if we wanted a cache to go to, like, I don't know, like CDN, like we wanted like the cache sections of our markup or something. You know, I've been, you know, working with the team at Netlify, looking at what's possible there for you know, static partials. You know, you know, these are infrastructure questions. And the thing is, we you know, we got to kind of like weigh in and figure out like what the best way to approach these things, because like the truth of the matter is, at the end of the day, I was talking about the VC thing. I do work at Netlify, just like full transparency here, but like I'm not going to release something that doesn't work on everywhere that could support it. You know, like I'm not going to go like, okay, here's the new version of SolidStart, you know, and this only works on Netlify. I mean, if that's a limitation, it's going to be because we haven't like no major feature is going to roll out like that, because like it doesn't make sense. So I think like that's why async local storage took us so long to, you know, get these APIs. The reason server functions work so nicely is that inside any server function, you just go get request event, and that works. Our old server $signs had to like pass the event through, because like it was really awkward to actually pull it off without async local storage. I mean, our timing is pretty good now, because it's supported now in every single platform pretty much, and that's when we ship, right? It's supported on Netlify functions, Netlify Edge, Vercel functions, Vercel Edge, Cloudflare, Dino. I gotta thank Next for that, to be fair, because they push the gambit. But where we are, we don't get to push the gambit, so it's a careful balance. Well, that's the whole thing. SolidStart, I told you at the beginning of the stream that I wanted to give people the building blocks for their meta framework and not tie them down to any particular thing. Like, if you really like Tanstack, go ham. Tanstack time. And that's why React historically has prided itself on being that composable piece thing. I think we're better at it. Like things like create T3 app. Think of what they have to do for Next. Create T3 app and things like that in the future. Like that's what I built SolidStart for. Everyone can build their own Create T3 app. Maybe not everyone. It takes a bunch of work, but do you understand what I'm getting at? That's interesting. Server function versioning is an interesting question on its own. I guess this is the biggest problem with like deployed apps that have like existing long-lived sessions. Because like GraphQL, the funny thing I'm going to say about server function versioning though is GraphQL. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised this is a thing. Someone's going to have to explain this to me because like GraphQL also had the criticism about server function, versioning. And the thing is, when you're building apps that deploy and you control both sides and they deploy as a single unit, like the only reason things get out of sync is if the person's client is out of sync. Otherwise, server function versioning is not a thing. So it's only if you have something that's like, yeah, I guess the question is, what should happen? Because if server functions produce stable hashes, like they have the same URL, then you're right. This becomes a problem. This is a good question to look into. I can see that if server functions, yeah, if this is a fair question, I guess, because the thing is like, what happens if you do the deploy and the person's like still got the website open? Like after they refresh the page or 30 seconds when you ping or whatever, this is not a problem anymore. But like at the exact moment of deploy, there's an issue. Versioning with headers seems reasonable, but like that puts onus on the end user to do that. Yeah, old client is another thing. PWAs are still a thing. I think I watched a stream somewhere where someone was telling me like they asked if PWAs were still a thing. They're probably still a thing. But yeah, versioning in headers is a good idea. I mean, you have full access to the headers. I mean, this redirect mechanism is like the direct thing, but you either redirect or whatever with the headers here. This is actually a response init option. Like there's headers like, or you can literally use your H3 stuff here. Like I was talking about before, like you have access to H3 in here. So you can basically set the headers on the response on whatever you return. So you could definitely set headers. That is on you though. I could see where it might be interesting to try an auto version, but I'm not sure how I'd do that on a framework level. I mean, I could think of ways, but I don't know if you guys would want me to do it. Yeah, middleware to roll, yeah. Except version 1. Yeah. Are they handling on Vercel side, or are they like just showing you best practices to handle it? Because like you do have the control of the request response in the middleware there, so that like there's an easy answer being like, here's how you do it and get you to do it. It's very different than like the framework handling it. Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's fair too. Yeah, so this is like an infrastructure solution. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's great for them. I think it's interesting. I mean, it's funny. I mean, similarly, Netlify, you have those deploys like forever, so maybe it can be handled. But then all you have to do is you have to make sure that every build gets a build ID kind of fed into the URL somehow. That's interesting. Okay. But that's like a very infrastructure-y kind of solution that only works when you have both sides. Man, I don't know how Next does it sometimes, because it's like the decisions they make would like only work on Vercel, or unless someone tries to copy what Vercel's doing, which is great because it gives them like this incredible power of like uniting these two pieces. But it's like a different type of lock-in, which is again fine, but it's like it makes it very hard for like everyone to use it in the same sort of way. Like it's interesting when all those pieces align like that. It's like it's it allows them to like do stuff easier in certain ways, but it also kind of makes it like that can never be the standard way of doing things. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. If you change the data and the function tries to access, like at some point, the secret, like the party's over, right? If the reason that you have a new version of the server function is because you did a database migration, well, yeah. Does anyone actually believe that? I'm sorry, like that is a joke, right? Like I get it, but like not really. Like like they don't have Vercel representatives actually saying this, right? Like being like, or next people working next being like the next JS that gets sold is not the next JS that works everywhere. Like the, you have to be like smoking some pretty hard stuff to take this line seriously. Define runs. Yeah. I mean, it does run, right? Like, I mean, I guess the thing, it's like progressive enhancement. Like certain platforms have features that don't. The problem is like I literally you could just open up their docs or something and pick, or their releases, and just pick a feature. What's the last big feature they released? And let's see if that runs on any other platform other than Next or on Vercel. What did Next 14 release? Next 14. Like I'm so confident that like literally everything is like uh duh, duh, duh. What do we got here? Okay, partial pre-rendering. I bet you that doesn't run on anything but Vercel. Okay. I mean, I think there's a certain amount of this, like we have to view different platforms, kind of like we used to develop view browsers in the past. But like, it's kind of hard. It's kind of like it's I can't even think of a good historical reference to it, but it's kind of hard. Like when not all platforms are equal, or they do the same things but like slightly differently, and then you make a framework and you work at the one on the one platform, and they fund the development of that framework, and then you're like, well, I'm going to add this feature I want. I'm going to make it for Vercel and no one else, and then be like, well, Vercel supports it, others don't, but it's understandable. This is a thing that Vercel has specifically. But like, if you don't make the effort to go to the others and develop the same feature, and just like, oh, you could maybe implement it, like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it'd be like if the Angular team, and this is not even good, but like they work at Google, so they're like, yeah, this feature works in Chrome. We're gonna say like, maybe you can figure it out for Firefox or Safari, but yeah, check out Angular because of this feature that only works in Chrome. Yeah. Oh, next server actions too. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't take looking very far to be like, yeah, maybe. I mean, it's fine. People can make their own. I don't have to be too heavy-handed here. I think people can clearly make their own judgment on how important that is. But Yeah, this, I mean, it can run. Is that the Next.js I'm excited about? So I think there's going to be more of this in the future, which means that it's more and more important that we find ways to align. And WinterCG tried, but it kind of failed a bit. I think Guillermo put out a post about web standards in WinterCG. I think we looked at it on stream, right? Not this. Where is it? Is it bookmarks? We looked at this on no. We'll get to that. We still have This Week in JavaScript, but I think we looked at it on stream. Web API only WinterCG is viable. It's not Node as a true standard. Okay, sure. But like the extension of it was like when they introduced async local storage, which again, thank you, because now I can use async local storage. It kind of got strong-armed in. It wasn't a standard, and then it was like that's what like Dino and everyone got like really upset about, because they just like were like, okay, next version of next, and they're like, yeah, we're standards plus. The thing is, it's reasonable to be standards plus when the platform doesn't support the thing you want to support. It's the reason we have frameworks and we don't all use web components, right? It's just, you have to be aware of it. And now we're not just talking about what JavaScript library you're using, we're talking about what infrastructure you deploy on. This is no longer a choice that only impacts like how you like things you can use to build your app. Like this affects where you spend your money. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how far we want to go down this rabbit hole. I just want to like it makes sense. I think Next is doing incredible things in this space, right? It's just like there is a trade-off. I think it's cool. Like from a startup VC standpoint too, it's like they have a product, right? Like, the only part that's always tricky with this is you got to. It's hard not to be like a little defensive and be like, look, we do run on everything. We do care that others can use us, but like obviously we're gonna optimize for ourselves. Like I that's perfectly fine. It's just like when the messaging doesn't reflect that, you're kind of like, ooh, like, do I believe you? But I have a problem with marketing in general. Don't listen to what I say. This is why Dave can't market Solid. Every time he says something that's even like white lie-ish, I'm just like, no, that's bullshit. And that's why I'm not a marketing person. So if I'm critical here, take that for what it is. I've done this with JavaScript frameworks too. Like you could tell, like it's like it rubs me the wrong way. Like I remember when Svelte used to call themselves disappearing, and I'm just like, it's war. Like, that's not how the world works. People want to hear nice things. Swix had this post where he talked about the 30 things he learned at 30 or something, and he was like, people don't want to people don't want to necessarily hear the truth, and I was just like, no, but he's right. Swix is right. It's just like that was like really my problem when I first joined Twitter. I'd just be like, I wasn't in even a harsh way, but I'd just be like, let me help you question what you think you know. Let's just open it up. I'm not saying you're wrong, but let's expand our viewpoint to consider more options. And people are just like angry about it. I mean, it's Twitter, of course they're angry about it, but like, yeah. Anyway, enough talking about me. I can't even remember why we were talking about next lock-in. But yes, I I'm excited about these primitives. I want the next person who goes out and goes like, I'm making a Create T3 type of app, to see that Solid is the best platform to build upon from that perspective. Between SolidJS, SolidStart, all these pieces. Like, I know we can't give you the product. We don't, products take time. That's where like 80% of the effort is, like all the work is actually delivering the real thing. But it also perfectly skews with the resources we have. Build the tools, other people can do the amazing things with them, because there's a lot more of you than there is of me or David or Nikhil or Alexis or Milo. you know like Solid Core team appreciates it. There's even going a bit further into the ecosystem, people like Fabian, people like Joe, people building these amazing libraries, you know so yeah, I mean, I get very excited when I hear about people doing the real work, like Brendan, who migrated like 300 route apps, like type. I think I should have added all the routes together. I think he's probably migrated something like 800 pages to Solid from React. Like that's the real work. What I'm doing is small by comparison, So yeah. Yeah. And now I'm glad other people are seeing, because we're starting to get more representation, like on the DevRel side, on people who are actually talking about Solid and educating people about Solid. Amazing recent talks and the video by Attila, uh, Daniel, and Eric. Can't say his last name, and like just seeing that spread out, so I mean, these are all things that are amazing, that go beyond the boundaries of like what we just do here. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. That's my point. From that perspective, I don't think what we do on Solid is that exceptional or whatever, because like literally, like it takes the hard part is building the actual apps and maintaining them year over year, and doing that. I'm very blessed to be doing what I'm doing. I've worked on product teams for like, I don't know, 17 years of my career was working on product teams, building products, so I didn't even get to give my rant about waterfalls that I wanted to. Yeah, well, we can do that. We're gonna get into this week in JavaScript in a minute, but I do want to talk about waterfalls one more time. Theo was doing his JS survey, and he was trying to explain why waterfalls on the server weren't as big of a deal. And I started realizing this whole alignment between that message and like what has been going on with like sort of Next.js and RSCs and stuff, because it's kind of funny. Is that if you look at the data fetching mechanisms that we've introduced in and the new router that we introduced in SolidStart, it's basically has a lot of similarities with the stuff from the app router, and like the cache API. So this is all anticipating stuff like server functions in the future, but we still have load functions, which is kind of odd because you could be loading in the component. And I think we all kind of understand that when you fetch in the component, you open up the n+1 problem, and you open up the, like when you fetch users and they all have their friends, and you have to, you end up having to fetch all their friends, so that's like, if you had a list of 10 users and they each have 10 friends, you end up with 100 requests. But, we've always had that on the client, and we've known this answer to that is simply hoisting it. things like GraphQL let us do it for us. The interesting thing is, before I worked on SolidStart, before I worked on Solid.js, back when I was working on one of those product teams, I was working on an ORM. People don't know this about me, I guess. I was working on a project called Backbone ORM. You could probably search it up and find it. And the public open source version doesn't have all the magic I was doing. This is how I got good at compilers. I was compiling JSON into SQL queries using Mongo type syntax and supporting things like relational database queries and joins and stuff. And the reason I did so much work there is because I was trying to avoid server waterfalls from an ORM standpoint, because it was actually causing performance issue the company. And this wasn't anything special. This was just like a AWS deploy between servers. It wasn't even like, crazy. It was just the fact that this was actually the problem space that I had to work in. And I did a ton of compiler work. I didn't use Babel at the time. I was just like generating ASTs myself and doing these transforms. And I think anyone who's actually lived in that world knows that server waterfalls are real. And while some are unavoidable, you would want to avoid them if possible. They're not as bad. What's the latency on a server request to a database? Well, for us back in the day, it was between 30 to 60 milliseconds, which is a lot shorter than, the 200 millisecond round trip that we'd have from the client, right? And what I'm trying to get at here is, like, there's obviously different scales there, but if you can avoid waterfalls, and you can't completely on the server, I think people take it for granted, right? Because you you have to get the user before you do the next thing. Like, there are a bunch of those inherent waterfalls that you can't avoid, but why welcome the ones you can? And I think where this gets really interesting is if you kind of just give up on the waterfalls and just assume that, like, the app complexity is too hard and that people, just use a cache and hope it gets there, which is a fair, in a lot of cases, like, you'll probably be okay as long as that latency, is manageable. But every waterfall you can save there makes considerable noticeable difference on your page. That's why, big companies ultimately get to a point where they're combining requests together, things like GraphQL or, server equivalent protocols that let them do this. And it's interesting to me because we've been working so hard the last year or two to go to the edge, but the data can't come with us. So when you deploy stuff to the edge, that distance latency might be closer to a client latency than a server latency. So if your goal is to go, hey, I'm going to deploy my stuff to the edge in the databases, server waterfalls definitely make a difference, right? And funny, Dave, you actually posted it. Yeah, it's a real thing. Well, yeah, I mean, is that what the thing is? Like, everyone's like, oh, we'll get edge databases, but like partial pre-renders, I think that feature is kind of tied to this kind of mentality, because that initial send back without the suspense, yes, sending it from a CDN is fast, especially when on the edge, fast. But if you have to boot up the edge function, there's a bit of latency there. Not as much as booting up a server function, but let's say like there's a little bit. And if you, the difference between sending it back from the CDN and the difference from booting up an edge function and then fetching it from the CDN and then sending it back, I don't know if that like adds much or not. But the time it takes to render the shell of a page in a client rendered framework is, I mean, it depends on how big the page is, but like my experience is very short. Like it depends again how big the page is, but if you're waiting on the data, we're talking maybe a couple milliseconds, maybe. Like it doesn't make a huge amount of sense, I think, unless you're accounting for that you want to reduce the impact of the waterfalls because you instead put your renderer close to your database. You can waterfall as much as you want. Short communication, and then you send the final stream along to the edge, and you only take the hit once, which is pretty reasonable. So like, I feel like this is sort of why partial pre-rendering is the thing, right? It's kind of like, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, there's two problems. Edge is always going to have data problems, probably because of like GDPR and privacy considerations. Not all data will be able to go to the edge, and there's also support for like Node and stuff. Like, can you use Prisma on the edge? I think I saw when I saw Prisma 5 that like they enable it. But the other side of it is simply the fact that like if your architecture promotes waterfalls on the server, then it's not really a winning game to push the server to the edge. Like you're that's where that cost will actually matter. So it's good. Instead, have 2 server function instances and distribute the work, which I think makes a lot of sense. I don't know how that applies to cost or anything, but it is interesting to me. Like, there's different types of solutions to a problem. There's like solve it using engineering, or like solve it by changing what you're doing. And I think that kind of thinking out of the box is actually really good in general. It's just sometimes you can be pragmatic and solve stuff anyway. Or not deploying on the edge. Yeah. The funny thing is, before I was ever deploying on the edge, server waterfalls were a problem. Like, I mean, yeah, not everyone writes an ORM, so like, like that's probably not like what they're thinking about. Yeah, and automating the generation of that, right? The problem is defining data frames application inside UI plans. It's the wrong place to do it, but people do it because it's easy to just stuff everything inside a React component, but it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, not everything runs on the edge. But I mean, I'm not willing to give up the edge for that reason. I like every day we get more APIs and more capability. It's not there yet, And this is so funny because I'm like, am I taking the standards position here? Like, I'm usually the guy who's like, yeah, standards aren't moving fast enough for me. But I think the difference is when you work in the browser and the standards aren't working fast enough for you, you just build something better on top of it. You don't go, well, the way that we did it before differently is better. Like, what I mean? Like, we don't just go back and say, yeah, Node's the way to go. That's not the solution. That's pragmatic. That's practical. But that's not a direction for the future. We know why we want Edge to be good. We know why we want these web APIs. It's not practical today. It's kind of like, in some people's view, I use React today, Solid's not ready. And I'm not saying React won't be good in the future. I'm not saying Node won't be good in the future. But there's a certain pragmatism to choosing the solution, but that can't be where things stop. Because we already know that there's benefits of going the other way. Server, you guys are having too much fun. Server components, SQL queries returning server components. Yeah, let's just store them in the database. It's funny, I'm like saying that as a joke, but then we'll like find a use case next week for this. We'll be like, that's how we solved our versioning. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. I just wanted to rant a bit about waterfalls because, yeah, obviously server waterfalls in theory, are not as bad as client waterfalls. We know this. But like, it's kind of like, why even invite the situation in the first place? I mean, I like that next docs actually show like the pattern for preloading. Next cache preload. Like if I do something like this, and look here, they actually have like a best practice or data fetching or whatever. There's like an example where they show it exporting the server function and then like using it in a like exporting in the whatever you're going to await and then using it. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in here. They have an example that actually, yeah, here, where they're like, what if we make our cache function and then export a preload function and then call that higher up in the route tree? That solves the same thing. If you look at this, this is like the API that we use for the new router, right? So, you know, seems reasonable. Like there are paths forward, but it's almost like the resistance for people to like push this as a standard or do it is like because they need those demos to be really hot, even though like it doesn't scale. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. I stopped sharing my screen. Yeah, I'm talking about this. The example of them using the cache API with the preload and whatnot. I think my wife's telling me something. Yeah, I said this earlier in the stream. Beta 2 is imminent. I just got to decide like which bugs are worth squashing before I make it official. Because yeah, don't get me wrong. This is going to be a release that breaks things. The router was a release that changed things too. We put the RFC up forever. Not forever, but like for a while. We worked through it, and I did the exact same approach with SolidStart. There's a PR that is just sitting here, ready to get merged. I gotta get this in first probably, but like, you know, there's hundreds of commits here. It changes everything, new docs. There's so many changes that honestly, and I hope you guys have like my understanding here, I'm probably going to close every issue on the SolidStart repo because almost none of them are relevant because either the stuff has been moved out of SolidStart or it's so like into another repo if it's relevant, or it like just doesn't apply because now it's like Nitro or Vinci and it's not what we're doing anymore. Like all the CSR stuff doesn't make sense. All the adapter stuff doesn't make sense. I could release it today if I wasn't streaming, but it looks like, you know, I always want to make sure that there's, you know, a few less bugs, you know, so to speak. We're also, which gives me to talk about the gaps. I need help with TypeScript. If you guys like TypeScript, SolidStart is still using its weird at build time approach where it's not like pre-TypeScripting, which pisses everyone off, but it was easy to develop that way. And the stuff that's like server only is often JavaScript, and then the stuff that's client like shared is TypeScript, or like sorry client like runtime only is TypeScript. But I'm missing types. Stuff is bad. It's passing the type check, but and as a user I don't notice the type issues. But I'm probably not a very power user. Someone needs to vet the TypeScript. I think that would help get SolidStart out, beta 2 out. The other thing, so yeah, I talked about issue bankruptcy. I talked about TypeScript. We need to probably start a new docs effort. The current docs, I mean, I showed them off today. They're there. This will work. But yeah, feature wise, I'm happy for this to be where we're at. Obviously, I'd like to fix the islands, but islands is still experimental, and we have more work to do there. But SolidStart Beta 2 is ready to go because I want to push this. I want us to, over the next few months, really work to getting SolidStart version 1 out of the end of Q1. I think in the next couple months we know. Like I already feel confident from the pieces we have. This is just bug fixes and a chance to hear from people using it about all the stuff that I didn't think about when doing this. I just feel a little bit more confident this time because this is like our third time doing it. Never release on the Friday. That's the other thing too. But the other similar thing is, do you ever release the week before Christmas? Like, I wanted to not lie. I wanted to do the stream last week and I wanted to release this week. I've learned a bunch of stuff. It's good. It took time. I realized that the routes weren't being handled properly with performance issues, route preloads. I learned that the deployments weren't working properly with async local storage across all platforms. I worked with the Nitro team to do that. I put 2 PRs into TWiJ to fix some other bugs. Like, I've been busy on like, really testing out the platform under SolidStart, because like when I'm building the features, I'm like just doing it locally, so it's like really easy because it's like works on my machine, right? But this last week was really a time to start like doing the preliminary works on your machine, and I think that there's going to be more stuff along that line. Dogs. Yeah, I'm sorry, the router changes probably caught you off guard. I'm like, yeah, so that router RFC that I've been floating around for the last month, I implemented it finally now, and you're like, so yeah, do we have to update docs? I'm like, yes, there was a lot of docs changes, and you're like, what? When are you releasing? I'm like, probably in like 2 days or a few days, and yeah, sure enough, like I think I told you on Thursday and released it the next Wednesday. It's like less than a week. That's just not fair. I'm sorry. At this point, try it on new projects. I think we're there. I think you can install it npm init or pnpm create solid at beta and just give it a shot. That's where we start find bugs. I think we're kind of feature repeat. We just got bugs. I'm close enough. I just know about a couple bugs, so I want to fix them. But I'm close enough just to pull the trigger on this, like, and start working on it Monday morning. Always quit your job on a Friday. Yeah, exactly. That's why people are like, yeah, you release after Christmas because you don't want to be on the hook for people. Because this is the tricky part. Is like I changed the router. People can still use the old version of the router, but everyone wants to get very angry about like how I broke all their apps, and it's just like fix the version. Like I showed you today, that other than one thing that I gotta go fix, there'll be like a solid router 9.2 or whatever. Solid start and the old router also work quite nicely together, right? So, it's okay. We're not always on the front of the update curve. It's funny. I'm very slow to do releases from the sense of like I care about Semver and I want to make sure that's 1.0 and do all this. So I'm very careful. But when it gets to the last midnight hour, I am very much more tempted to just get it, because the longer I have to like find more bugs and just not just push it out, then it never gets out. So I'm at that point where it's like it's been a long time. Query params and where you can get it off the route or you can get it off the API event. It's like in the prop. Yeah. Although I think the APIs were missing that until last week. I think we're in a good place now. Yeah, if anyone's interested, reach out on Discord. Definitely. Sounds like I'm not reading. That's a problem. I've had to learn how to turn off. It's challenging. Do you expect people to build meta frameworks to tell SolidStart? 100%. Yeah, I said this a little bit earlier in the stream. This is my expectation. I wanted to make sure that the pieces are low level enough that this is what I expect. The problem we're trying to solve here is that Vite isn't quite enough to do SSR for your specific framework. You can't just like Webpack config it. You need like a little bit more, with modern things. I showed you in real time as I went through how hard it is to do it manually and what SolidStart enables for you. Like, so this isn't necessary. But beyond that, I'm not the guy who, like, I don't want to be like, to use Solid, you should use a meta framework. Use, blank, blank, or blank. That is not us. In a sense, I'm telling you all to use SolidStart, but I've tried to make SolidStart as unopinionated, as low level as I possibly can, so that there's no friction there. The reason it starts on CRA like it did is, like in my example is, I don't see any reason for SolidStart not to replace all our beat templates on solid templates. We can literally just go in and be like, all our templates are SolidStart. SolidStart is called Start because it is a starter template maker. It is kind of a meta framework, but that is why I call it Start. I could even drop the solid in front. When I talk about it, I don't always go SolidStart. I just call it Start because that's what it is. It's a starting point. Yeah, okay. See, here's the other thing. Part of it is you could like put like beta 2 tag on it and maybe I won't close all the issues on it. But like if I'm gonna go issue bankrupt and you're trying to report on it, it's kind of awkward. I almost want to release, go issue bankrupt, and let's just start clean slate again. It'll be a lot clearer to see the feedback. That's an argument for releasing. It's also an argument. It's also like the most asshole thing for people currently using it when I'm just like off a cliff. And I'm warning people in here that it's off a cliff. I've suggested before on stream. I suggested in the docs. I suggested in the CLI. I suggest it literally everywhere that SolidStart can break at any moment. But like, how long do I wait? December 8th. So exactly a week ago, I told everyone that we were going to go issue bankrupt. I don't know. I have many internals that are hosted on Apache servers, certain static solid, and everything's made. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, it's nice to just be able to do what I did today. To take your CSR app and go, oh, I want a server render it today. I want an API endpoint today. We do have a SolidStart channel. It's not the best way to collect stuff, but it's there. Just go and then release, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably just gonna close pretty much everything. If you have a new issue, you can mark it beta 2. Yeah. Bankrupt on Christmas. I love it. Let's RJ Dev open up over it. Benton, you're the worst. Oh man. It happened in the opposite direction, ironically, because Solid Router is using future Solid 2.0 APIs, like kind of proxied, not like fully implemented. So Solid 2.0 will be the real Solid 2.0 release, which will be the real like maybe Solid 2.0 will be the real SolidStart release by the time it gets out. But my intention is to get SolidStart out before Solid 2.0. There might be a bump up. We might call it SolidStart 2.0 to get that bump up, right? But like, because like you kind of get what I'm getting at. Almost nothing changes from an external API standpoint because we don't own anything. So yeah. All right. All right. Are we ready for this week in JavaScript? All right. People are still with me. I appreciate the people who stay on the stream this long. I'm just checking Twitch now to see because sometimes I miss. There's some first time chatters. Okay, good. I didn't miss any subscriptions. I guess the Twitch ads don't bug people enough. All right. All right. We're running out of time quite quickly. My workspace. This is the setup, right? All right. All right. Let's see here. Am I ready to talk about this week in JavaScript? It's 2 weeks, isn't it? When's the last time I streamed? So I can check on my own timeline. December 1st. Okay, good. We're good. All right, let me flip this around and let's get started. All right. And with that, let's talk about this week in JavaScript, which, as it turns out, is the last 2 weeks in JavaScript. I don't know if I missed a bunch of stuff. If you've been paying attention to this stream so far, I have been working like crazy on SolidStart Beta 2, getting those finishing touches in. So I probably missed a whole lot that happened, but I'm here to chat. So let's chat and take a look at what's been going on. All right. All right. I'm just gonna put this one out, little solid thing. I haven't seen a nice boost from Theo on this kind of stuff for a while, but it was definitely funny. Why do frameworks keep on evolving into Solid.js? Obviously, nice pat on the back on validating our approach, but he's referring to the fact that like the next version of Vue, the next version of Svelte, not just signals, but like obviously a bunch of them, Angular, Quick, Preact all have signals as well, but Vue and Svelte are even basically compiling into the same kind of output and renderer as Solid in their next versions. So yeah, I mean, it is. I guess this comes. Is this a play off my name, Carcinization? But definitely was fun. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. While we're kind of playing through Solid-esque news, someone went through and actually built a very simple like list component in a bunch of frameworks and showed that Svelte was 24 lines and this many characters. This character count is not fair to Solid or React, to be fair, because it counts white spaces, and it counts a bunch of other stuff. I think if I go down in the thread, he amends this stuff. He wasn't using the right Vue API, so Vue is the same at 24 lines, and Vue 3, there we go, 24 lines, 471 characters, and it boils down to that essentially with these kind of code examples. Why am I talking about code examples here? Because this never gets old. Two-way binding is basically the only difference in code lines. Frameworks have gone so similar in terms of their state thing, like what I was just talking about Theo, about the everything becoming signals or whatever, or like hooks that look like signals, that the code savings thing is kind of funny. It's basically like, do you think two-way binding is good? Okay, that adds X number of lines, like 10 number of lines on your Hello World app. Do you think that you have an SFC? So should you wrap your thing in a function or just put it in a script tag? Well, that adds another couple lines. The actual type number characters is much, much closer. It's something along the lines of like, I think at the end, Vue and Svelte are basically the same, off by about like 30 characters, and React and Solid come down to like the 600s. So like they're about 200 characters apart, which is typing, on a Hello World app. It's definitely something that, I take, somewhat seriously. And for that reason, while Solid is not optimized for typing experience, it is still a very important metric. So I worked on another framework called Marco. And if you guys are interested, if typing is a very important metric for you, Marco is almost twice as good as Svelte. It's that much better. I didn't bother with the character count, but I ensure you that this is only 15 lines of code instead of 24, which is like another 30% improvement. And it's even less characters, to the point that I wouldn't be surprised if it's like half as Svelte again. So if you care about important metrics, like how many characters you type, I strongly recommend using Marco. Not just for the performance aspects, because, especially with Marco 6, the performance is going to be really good. But the number of characters, if that is your guiding metric, it's very hard to beat Marco. I'm having a little fun with this. To be fair, there are trade-offs of the single component file thing that it's very easy to make an example that makes them look way clunkier. Ironically, Marco doesn't suffer for the single component file thing because it's almost like they're optimized for this. Um, this is the two-way binding. Like I think it's definitely alien. I think it's important to understand. I like using Marco as a bit of a, what do you call it, foil on these kind of discussions, because you can always think of a more concise syntax that is more powerful, but like at a certain point you have to like decide how far away do you want to get from, say, JavaScript, or language you're from. Technically this is like JavaScript in here, but then like, this is a different templating DSL. This is actually like Pug, or Jade. Essentially, this is white space matters. Essentially, these are HTML elements. This whole thing is HTML elements. In fact, this is an input element and I think a lot of this comes down to familiarity. So I just wanted to like highlight this for a moment, because it's like the thing that's important is whether you think two-way binding matters or if it's dangerous. I think those kind of philosophical decisions are way more important than like, did you type less characters? Because you can always find a way to type less characters, but you can't always find a way to make a stable, predictable app. I mean, this relates even to the Svelte 5 thing, right? Where some people are having a hard time with ruins. They're like, oh, it's more to type. But it's like a way better model. It makes way more sense. It addresses all the gaps in Svelte. The typing metric, and people who are upset about it are probably the same people making comparisons like this. The typing metric just is so irrelevant, especially when shown in Hello World app. But thanks to people like who post stuff like this, I can always show people why Marco is just the best framework ever made. Yeah, it's actually markup. I went for concise mode. Yeah, yeah. I don't think Michael's joining us today, unfortunately. Okay. Let's see. Let's go. So yeah, what else did I do? Well, I told you I posted my huge router thing, hoping to get feedback and tell people that it was coming. There's good responses. We actually released it. So SolidJS new router is out. It enables incredible stuff. This is the first time that I've changed my routing paradigm in like a decade. So I understand it's a big shift, and it was a big shift for me, and it's gonna be even longer, long tail. As I said, feel free to use the old version of the router, version 9, for as long as you feel comfortable. You might have no reason to use the new stuff. The new stuff does unlock some really powerful things out of the box, with like the fine-grained updates to the cache, and validation through actions, things like createAsync primitive, which is like a proxy for Solid 2.0. Everyone will get it eventually. Stuff like on-link hover preloads. Really, a lot of really cool features. I think it's worth it, but I understand, if your app, you can't just change it. Router is probably the most opinion part of your app. If you remember, everyone remembers, I did a Vite conference talk a little while ago. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna grab this off screen for a second. Drive.google. What am I looking for? What was my Vite conference talk called? Decomposing the meta framework, right? Yeah. Let's do this. I showed this image. No, not that image. That's a good image, but I showed this image on stream, and it's on the talk, and this is why, like, for example, I could see releasing 1.0 of SolidStart before getting to 1.0 of the router. SolidStart basically sits like right on this line. So, Nitro, Vinci / Vite, and then like SolidStart and Solid kind of sit here, and then the router sits up here. I think this is like a important thing because the most churn happens here. It's so funny when we talk about standards and stuff because we want the thing below us to be able to support anything we want to do, but then the thing above us we don't want to we want to like offer as least API area to like do just exactly what we want, because the more options we want to support, the more work it is for us. And ultimately it means that when you get higher up in the stack, you just start like getting really opinionated to save people on complexity of the decisions. I like living right here, but it's just funny that it makes me a hypocrite sometimes in terms of my expectation of what comes below and what I want to offer above. So as I said, it's very important to find the right spot. But yeah, I hope that makes more sense in terms of how the router fits into my view of the world and Solid's view of the world, I guess. No, the router is 0.10. So, I did bump 0.9 because what I did was I anticipated future SolidStart features. We were on 0.8 and I was anticipating future SolidStart features, and I wanted to support it's funny, I wanted to support SolidStart, but I knew that it would use stuff like async local storage, so it would only work on newer versions of Solid and maybe moving forward 2.0. So I went back and bumped the minor version before I did the new version to give us space so that we could like basically split off between the old and new versions. So people who actually want the existing versions of Solid Router use 0.8. 0.9 is the old router with updates to into the future, and then 0.10 is the new router. Okay. Yeah, a little bit more solid news before I move on. I just want to say I've been very stoked to see the community. I already talked about it a little bit, but like these guides are starting to show up to use common things like Sentry, Clerk. The I don't know if this is the best way I want to use Clerk, but like I'm just putting it out there. Like Solid's ability to just kind of work, with its composable primitives makes it really easy to just integrate with these other libraries, even if there isn't official stuff yet. So I'm very stoked to see this kind of progression. Then there's other things like people in the community working on SolidJS compiler plugins for Bun. This is very cool. Was this new component library? Clutch unstyled custom primitives. Yeah. So like, very stoked over the last couple of weeks to see more people getting out there, releasing libraries, talking about this stuff. Just want to highlight a few of them. Okay, let's go back here. Yeah, big release. How everyone knows how big of a fan I am of Astro. Astro 4.0. It feels like Astro 3.0 was just the other day, and it was. We had Matt Phillips on stream in end of August 25th, I think, to talk about Astro 3.0 and the view transitions. Let's take a look at what Astro 4.0 brings. Astro Dev Toolbar, so better dev tool experiences. Internationalization, I-18 routing, sounds good. Let's see, Dev Toolbar, that's nice, convenient. I love the work they're doing on this kind of stuff. This is the kind of polish that I've always liked to see. Run a series of tests to audit the common accessibility issues. Nice. Yeah, no, this is lovely. We partnered with Sentry to design the initial version of the toolbar to run the platform. Story block. Yeah, okay. Internationalization. Nice. This is something that I'm still interested to look at. One of the cool things about the work we did on SolidStart to pull the router out is that we have more flexibility there. If people want to use SolidStart to build mobile apps or whatever, and they want to use a completely different routing setup or whatever, I think it should be possible, right? And I think similarly, as we explore into internationalization, I don't know much about it, but we can prototype this in user land before we get the right internationalization solutions. Incremental content caching. Experimental feature to dynamics you have the build time. Okay, so they now have a cache in front of their static builds. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. That's a big performance thing for people doing pre-rendering. It's not a world I live in very much. SolidStart's pre-rendering is probably like pretty slow now. Our old one was fast because we literally just fired a node process and I didn't even like make a real HTTP server. I just like baked it. Now that we're using Nitro, like we're going through whatever their process is, it's probably a little bit heavier, but it's way more powerful. So not primary use case, but this is going to make a difference for a lot of people. Ooh, new view transition APIs. This is what I care about. What do we got here? Animate, persist, morph, common elements, one page, another, slide, fade. Okay. Forms. So they added form interaction. Makes sense. Nice. Prefetching. Okay, so it's a bunch of router. Oh, nice. Yeah, route announcer. This is something that we probably should look at a solid router as well. They have a client-side JavaScript navigate call. Yeah. This is interesting. I mean, I bugged Fred a few years ago saying that he was going to build a JavaScript framework. And I think he's only starting to realize it now. I mean, they're building a router over at Astro, essentially, now. Because this stuff isn't MPA stuff. So we're getting to a point where, yeah, no, this is interesting. I think the biggest tricky part about this is the persistent global state problem that I talked about before. I think this is like a huge gap from building apps, but for building client navigatable kind of like content sites, which is what they specialize in, this is kind of nice. Like they filled in the gaps. Now you use Astro router with the islands of your choice. Like at some point you're just wondering, like, are they going to push out the framework islands altogether and be like, yeah, you don't need islands anymore. You can just use, this new Astro feature. I mean, they're kind of taking on more and more, which is interesting. And I like Astro's clean focus on it because they're like, we're content site app. Like there's clear gaps if you're trying to make apps here, but yeah, no, I do find it interesting to see that they're doing more. Logging, redesign docs. Yeah, cool. Sounds like a good release. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of space here. Everyone's in the app space and then trying to get more, like you can do more, you can do, basic sites with it and then trying to simplify. These guys are like almost unapologetic about it. They're like, oh yeah, this is completely broken. But, you could, like they're just like, because their starting point is like the content site. They don't, yeah. Because like the answer is like, you can put a client site app on a Astro page. You can actually use Astro's router to client navigate between pages and then make one of those pages a single page app. Like you can completely do this. I think the part that's interesting is like, I think it's a great story too for like migration standpoint, right? Because you're like, there's a lot of CS like client rendered pages that just don't work or they can't migrate to server side rendering right now. So like it kind of fits with this whole story. On the other hand, if you were going to tell me that I could have two systems doing it versus one system to just handle everything, I'm always going to take the one system. So it's like, you will see how Astro, the JavaScript framework, comes along, because at a certain point, the gaps in RSCs, the gaps in meta frameworks today aren't going to exist, and you're just going to have solutions that can handle all situations pretty decently. We're not there yet, but I'm interested to see what happens when we do get there. I tried to put SolidStart inside of Astro, ironically, but that's a whole other story. But yeah, it's interesting. As I said, like if you're building something app-like, it's almost like if you could get it into a single system, you'd be in a much nicer place. It's just unfortunate that we're not there yet. Like Astro's approach is a lot easier to get to. It's actually almost a simpler version of what we did with hybrid islands routing a year ago. But it's like the gaps are not, maybe I'm a perfectionist. The gaps are not. It's not okay with me. We have more to do. We've got more to do. Everybody has more to do. Okay, let's keep on going. I found this one interesting. Tanner tried to see if people preferred concurrent rendering versus fine-grained updates, and what would you choose? I found this conversation really interesting because it's really hard to write external state. That people talk about how people fetch in the components in React and that's how they want to do it and it causes waterfalls. But React innately, whether you consider it for better or for worse, that's like React's biggest simplification, its biggest flaw. They are basically equating your data tree with your view tree. That's just how they innately do it. You can obviously pull state out, an external state, and that's what a lot of libraries do. People like Tanner are working on. But innately, all their concurrent rendering, everything is the fact that state and UI are the same thing. Like the component owns it. Even that waterfall thing. That's why they work so hard to prove that is viable. But it is a fundamental misalignment. They are related, but they are not the same thing. And this means that people who are trying to work in React's world and they are managing external state have a horrendous time at trying to make this stuff work because it's like they're fighting the system. And he's got to a point where he had to choose one way or the other way. And in the end, he chose fine-grained updates rather than concurrent. Obviously, there's reply guys in the chat. I'm probably one of those reply guys. I'm like, use solid and get both. But like I can only imagine the internal struggle that's behind this post where you are fighting every part of your body, being deep urge to just throw it all away and channel all this effort to rewriting nozzle in SolidJS instead. You are not wrong. So actually, what's Maple have to say? I reach the same conclusion. Whenever I have data-heavy UIs that I need to optimize, there's never a clean solution. Even with something like MobX, you're forced to break down components more than you would otherwise. This applies regardless of your pick. Regardless of what you pick. Yeah, I think I got to be a reply guy here. Regardless of what you pick. Yeah, I'm just being facetious. It is interesting. He ended up doing a poll. He chose fine-grained updates. But it was definitely a struggle. It's interesting to see how you're basically weighing the React model of the universe, which is they haven't been secret about it. They've been telling us this the whole time and people just fought it. Like if you were using MobX with React, you were kind of doing it wrong. Of course, no one officially says that, but what they think about signals, right? They're like, oh, you can do it. It's kind of like when people write extensions for Solid that enable two-way binding. You just smile and be like, wow, that's very creative. You know what I mean? Two-way binding, I think is the absolute worst. So you could, but the thing is, the ecosystem evolved like this. React went silent for a few years while working on the new model. New model is pretty good, but it's not things diverged. And the people who are sitting at that divergence point, stuff like Solid makes way more sense to them than where React goes. I think where React went actually makes a lot of sense, but it's they haven't reconciled the gap here. And it's hard to do that because these guys are kind of playing outside of the rules. Yeah, that's right. Dan compared signals to go-to statements. Dan Abramoff. I remember That one, like he said it in a way that he thought like I wouldn't be offended by it, but I was like, come on. Transitions are really good. I feel like if I was in his position, I would pick concurrent rendering. Like, it sucks, but then you're kind of just like, I mean, no, in his position, I couldn't. In his position, I care about performance. I care about how my app updates. You can't. But if I was a library developer for React and I cared about, doing the React thing, I would pick concurrent rendering. Fine-grained updates are great, but you don't need them. Your app might be slower. Things might be, there might be downsides of it, but like you're not embracing React for what it is. I think the problem is like React has too much of the market share, so everyone's like, oh, just, no one got fired for choosing React. The truth of the matter is, some people should get fired for choosing idiomatic React. I'm going to put it out there. The thing is, it's not about the time slicing. It's about coming up with a consistent async model that prevents tearing, that makes the whole system unified. And you can do stuff yourself and not worry about it. Like, we were fine without concurrent rendering for like years and years, and stuff like signals even make it easier to kind of like do these kind of isolated updates. But like directionally, design wise, it's when a designer shows you the new design system and they explain to you why like the slight slant on this touches this other slant, and that like this evokes some kind of thing, and like the whole thing was this genius about like how much this line slanted or how much the spacing, and it has this like incredible metaphysical thing where all the pieces in the world collide, and they're like, this is when I knew that I figured it out, that all like everything just kind of stacked up, and that the whole thing was consistent and perfect and beautiful. Current rendering is one of those kind of things where like maybe you might say that's in the eye of the beholder, but it's kind of beautiful the way all the pieces work together, and you think of the story of suspense and on the server and streaming and everything, just kind of the transitions, all the pieces are like, I saw what they were doing and I went to implement it as soon as possible because I was like, damn, like what it enables, how it changes the way you fundamentally approach async is incredible. But like, we've been doing it the other way for a decade. It's still good. Don't update to the new version of SolidRouter. Like, it's okay. It's really, really quite okay. Suspense to whatever you would. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I don't envy his position. He's making the exact type of app where he should be using Solid. He knows that. We all know that. React's really flexible though, so he can do what he needs to get done with React. So huge props to him. But you can see it's like paddling upstream. Okay, we talk about the router. I mean, Tanner just had hits all week. I don't know if anyone saw this video, but like, I kid you not, it's funny on so many levels in a subtle way. This is mostly around the routing conversation, because actually, if you actually pay attention, us old guys, and we'll get to an old guys comment in a minute, but me and Ryan Florence, even though historically we've had like public disagreements, so to speak, like issues, we actually technically, I believe we believe in a lot of the same things when it comes to architecture and building performant apps. I think his opinions are dead on. I think that I'm a huge Ryan Florence fan, so might surprise people, even if I poke fun at a couple things. And this whole like, like struggle. I just love this clip because he's talking about his journey with the router, and you could see, it's funnier with audio on too, but it gets to the end here somewhere, and everything goes crazy, and then we just have Next.js going like, "What are you fools doing?" I honestly, Tanner definitely had a fun week. But anyway, I just wanted to point this out because like this for me, there's been a Tanner arc here. I don't think I posted the last thing where he made his decision, but yeah. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, here's the Tanner arc. It says, moving to Tanstack router back to fine grained React. Our app's route components are now only updating the exact state that rely on change. Yeah, so that is the Tanner arc. I think he'll be happy with his decision. I just think that this is one of those places where React kind of becoming more opinionated is causing this kind of fork. And Tanner's been like streaming stuff on the router. I think he did a stream earlier today. I'm pretty stoked on where that's going. Let me see here. Did I catch up here? Yeah, okay. So I'm done with the SolidJS stuff. We bookmark time. Second. No. Did I talked about this last stream, right? Yeah, I did. I talked about the remix React router stars thing. Yeah, I did that last week. Okay, another release I want to actually call out right now while we're still kind of going. Analog, Brandon Roberts, some of you guys know. Came on stream, talked about this. This is the Vite Nitro framework built on for Angular. They're getting very close to 1.0, so I'm pretty stoked about this. Mostly that this is part of the Angular Renaissance, as we call it. They have a legit JavaScript full meta framework here. Apparently, this is a few little pieces they need to get worked for migrations, but this is I love the approach here. They're basically taking NX modules and just mapping them to analog JS modules and then saying we're good to go. I think this is going to be interesting to watch. The Angular, entering the fray with signals, entering the fray with meta frameworks. We'll have to see where it goes. So I'm definitely paying attention. Okay. Now we get to talk about some other stuff. Okay. Performance is no longer. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what this was subtweeting. I'm pretty sure this was subtweeting. I mean, this is more comment on what Theo again, pointed out earlier about all the frameworks becoming solid-like. I think. Do you know what this is about? I think I know what this is about. I think this happened because JS Framework Benchmark. If I go on the JS Framework Benchmark and I check they updated Chrome, I think they did a rerun. Yeah, and the Svelte 5 beta for the first time ever shows up in front of SolidJS, which is quite impressive. I believe this is not the final release, and the final release is a little bit slower, but Svelte had a very good run. Solid had a slightly bad run. These numbers tend to move, a couple points. And the new version of Chrome brought some improvements. And this was the first time a major framework or a version of a major framework showed up in front of Solid in the JS Frameworks benchmark. So I think this is what prompted this because, it's been like 5.5 years now since this has happened. And I think we're at the beginning of that new era now. Now, you shouldn't be too surprised of it Million actually has consistently shown, like not run to run, that it is a little bit faster. Main reason for that is probably creation memory costs. Yeah, replace rows. Yeah, it's our cleanup. We get hit on cleanup harder than VDOM libraries because the signals hold more memory. If you look at it, that's also where Svelte gets hit. See, Million has a cleanup of 13, where we have cleanups of like in the 14 range for Solid and Svelte. And you see it in replace rows. Actual row creation, yeah, we might be like slightly dragging at 409. What about replace row? 2022, similar with invariance. Yeah, it's mostly garbage collection. And to be fair, Dominic did some optimizations there that I haven't put into Solid that might give us like the get us here or whatever. So like it's really cool to see people actually working on these kind of micro optimizations again, because I haven't like touched this in Solid in quite a long time. I think I spent the first couple years working on the benchmark a lot, but I don't think I've updated it, like really done anything since 2019. And yeah, I think that was a large influence on this, because as I said, like 5 years ago, Vue and Svelte weren't even in sight. And then like slowly, things like Million came out and others have come out, but we've been kind of like sitting at the same performance place for over 5 years now. So it's like we knew it would come to an end one day. So whether that's official, like we'll see when the actual Svelte release comes out, it'll be a bit slower. But like the writing's on the wall. The thing you have to understand is this benchmark doesn't consider any structural stuff. It's like literally one table. So Million can be fast here because it just optimizes the spitting out all the rows. Million is still trapped by the VDOM re-render of React. So as soon as the logic gets nested or bigger, it's going to get hit more. For a pure render thing, which is what Million cares about, they can go fast. They actually introduced stuff like 4 components from Solid to try and optimize some of the control flow stuff, but it's still React and VDOM style re-renders that it ultimately makes that kind of difference. So on a micro level, I would expect something like Million to be faster because they're not dealing with signals. But on a macro level, I would not expect the same kind of performance, if that makes sense. This isn't a bummer, no. I mean, this was expected. I thought it would happen sooner. I mean, I was pretty drinking my own Kool-Aid, so to speak, so I figured people would copy what we were doing a lot sooner. I thought like Svelte, like they brought in Svelte 5, but I thought this would be like much like years sooner. The fact that Solid, like at this point, the difference here, I won't even call saying which one is faster. I think Svelte 5 in this version might be, I'll say like within varying degrees, it could be considered faster. Let's see. Yeah, I'll give them that. It looks like it's with it, but it's not, but like, I think generally speaking, like, the difference between Svelte 5, let's say, and Solid.js now is basically nothing compared to the difference that there's been for like the last 5.5 years. So like we knew that I'm not too bothered by it. I thought it would happen sooner when I was actually like still, working on this stuff. I haven't worked on this stuff for a very long time. Solid 2.0 is an opportunity to work on this stuff again. But there isn't much room to grow. It's more likely, I'm going to be honest, that for trying to make developer experience better or to like change something, that Solid like stays around the same, or kind of like that, like it's more likely that we lose tiny micro points and gain some in other areas and there be trade-offs than us to get considerably faster into this benchmark. This benchmark is like anyone who is below, I'd say 0.15, it's basically now just gaming the benchmark between Chrome versions. Like if you are faster than 0.15 on that test, it doesn't matter how fast you are. I've been saying this for years. We slowly seen that section grow and grow and grow. But you have to understand, like when Solid first came out, there was maybe like Surplus, or there was maybe an Eevee. There's maybe like 2 other frameworks that were in that range of performance, and like now we have a lot more there. Like it's just a completely different world where like that range where like the the statistical difference between runs, and because browser changes this slightly, is more significant than the actual performance thing. Right now, Svelte has joined us up the front. Inferno, because they changed the testing, also joined us up in the front recently. But the other frameworks are not there. Really? They were offended? That's funny. I mean, I can see the React folks being it, but like, I mean, Vue Vapor and Svelte 5 are undeniably boring the approach we took. Like, so I think that's like okay to kind of point out. They acknowledge it themselves. You know what I mean? I mean, Svelte 5 kind of push more on knockout and signals, but if you look at the renderer, we're talking solid. If Vue always had signals, even under the hood, even before Solid went open source. So I can't take credit for giving them signals. I mean, technically, the composition API came later, but like Vue would have probably gone that way anyways because of React hooks, not because of anything I did. But the renderer for Vue Vapor, yeah, Solid definitely impacted why they went that direction. Yes, exactly. Or they will be soon. That's Dave's whole point. This used to be an edge, but we always knew it. This is why I didn't like marketing on performance. Like we talk about it, it'd be like a flag, and it's obviously on the homepage. But I stopped talking about performance almost around the time, like it's before 1.0, especially because like we had already think about when Solid 1.0 came out. Solid was the fastest framework already for 3 years. Like it wasn't new news. Like it just wasn't worth. Like I thought things would catch up sooner. I guess we still have server side rendering. We can be fast server side rendering. This is a good thing, like that everyone is kind of in this zone. I mean, part of it is because for everyone getting faster apps is a good thing, but it's also because for us, people frameworks becoming more solid like is a good thing because it validates our approach. It says that we've done a good thing. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that for years. That benchmark has been done since like when Inferno came out, they shot way up the benchmark, and then Surplus and Eevee, different V-dominant Eevee, and Surplus, basically the predecessor of what Solid does, jumped up, and then I was able to kind of just push it a bit more faster than Surplus, and then like until block DOMs started showing up, there wasn't anything else. But the block DOMs are also in the same range as signals back then. With updates, it looks like block DOMs are a little bit faster now. But for this benchmark. But basically, from Dom's perspective too, he was like, this benchmark was done when Inferno showed up. I think it was done a little later when we showed that reactivity was viable. Like when Surplus showed up on the benchmark in 2016, that was about when we knew all that was going to go. As I said, I was able to get another 3 or 4% over Surplus by doing template cloning. But which I got from a different library that used to be out on top, DOM-C. But that was the last time we had significant uptake in this benchmark. It's too close now. All right, let's keep going. Speaking of Million.js, he's hiring. This is an opportunity. I just want to give a big shout out to Aiden. Aiden is awesome. It's awesome that he got funded like this for open source. So yeah, I mean, and there's money. I get it. There's money in this because people want to make their React faster, right? I wonder how much this is at odds with what React core team wants, but I think there's people willing to invest in legacy. One of the biggest challenges with Solid we have, where we wouldn't get this kind of investment probably, is that you don't get to keep your React code, right? It's a new framework, a new paradigm. But for anything short of like taking the full jump, million is very compelling. So I this is awesome for Aiden, and this is awesome for whoever gets hired for him. So this is an immediate repost. Metaframework benchmarks were challenging to say the least. Our measuring tools aren't good enough. Alexis did some work, but at a certain point I was just like had to pull them off and be like, let's just build the features and then we'll get back to the benchmarks. Our way of measuring isn't tight enough, and that's going to take years of work probably. I've seen some good demos. I'd like to exploit them more, but we had to shift focus and work on features. I'm probably not going to support this, but I would be interested in supporting Solid inside React. I like the other direction. I've made prototypes for it. Someone's made a version that works in Next. I'm pretty stoked on making that work. The thing is, we don't want the bulk of React stuff coming in. It's interesting. I realize that up to a certain point, it's easier to pull Solid into React, which is why I'd want to focus that. Then in the next point, you're like, okay, now I have Solid apps and I want to pull React in. I want people to resist the urge to do that. To be fair, I built code sandboxes that show how you can do it. If you're client side only, you can 100% do this, and it's not very hard. I have code to show for people who want to do this. But the hardest part is the bundler. It's getting both JSXs to compile differently. But that being said, I don't see that direction being a focus. I think it's kind of a lot of time spent for something that like is. I mean, we should ask Quick how well this has worked for them. Are you talking after beta 2? Like we are changing the APIs right now, but after beta 2, most of the API surface is being defined by other libraries, not by Start itself. So I could say yes to this. Yeah, Solid in React would be more beneficial. I agree. If you have a client-side app, I can probably direct you on the right way to do it. Server-side rendering is a bit harder. All right. Where are we going? Okay. Bookmarks. Last section for today. Talked about analog. I love this. If you don't force reload your page every 5 minutes, regardless of what your user was doing at the time, you ship too late. I like this attitude. I mean, it explains Next 13 as well, but I do like this attitude. In all fairness, like at a certain point, you got to make the call, and when it's that edge out, like you're probably okay. And this is why I was talking about SolidStart beta 2. I'm even like nervous to release beta releases. It's time to go. And if you guys have a problem with that, you can blame Guillermo. Truthfully, I bookmarked this because I'm going to be able to use this tweet for years to come. Whenever someone says something about Next.js not being ready or a feature missing, I'm just going to use this tweet. Completely out of context, because it is actually showing someone reloading after 5 minutes. But this is my ultimate Guillermo tweet to respond to anyone complaining about Next.js. Okay. So there was a whole conversation about SPA versus MPA, and I know there's SPAs are good for apps and dashboards, but it's different notification. You tell me I click on those links, they stare at the fancy spinners from multiple sections. Part of this thing is I think Guillermo considers CSR SPAs, and he doesn't consider what Next.js does as a SPA. And Malte came in, the CTO, and was like, no, I consider them all SPAs. I have a slightly different definition, and we'll look at this in a minute, but this whole thing got blown up when Dax basically was like, oh yeah, is that so? Check out this awesome developer experience on nextjs.com, you know? And I mean, there was apparently a bug or something in this. The only thing that that was that I immensely enjoyed about this on the other hand, because this argument is tired and old, is what what framework do you think made this awesomely fast app that we're looking at here? Can you guys, anyone guess what framework he used to build this awesomely fast app? I guess people didn't. Yeah, I guess people missed the subtitles, but the thing is, people who were looking at this whole story and doing the back and forth, the app that was the example of the fast app and the app that was example of the slow app was actually Solid versus Next.js. I know not everyone picked that up, so I just this is just a little bit of fun. I do think this is a definitions problem, right? Fun facts: people on Earthspace do not share definition of those terms. I got flagged on something where someone was like, Ryan Carneo coined the term. I didn't coin it, but about single entry versus multi-entry. I agree with this. With all respect to Ryan, he's not old enough to have been around. I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe there's some joke I'm missing, because I consider myself one of the old guard. But you know, uh, I think he means coined. Yeah. I did not coin it, but I still hold by this definition. I think we have to retroactively talk about spas in terms of both client-side rendering and server-side rendering, and we shouldn't like, they are still single-page apps. I do think server components are something different because of the aspect of partial hydration. I think how it manages hybrid routing, I think it is not classically. He himself says he thinks turbo links and like the Astro view transitions aren't classic spas. I consider React server components in the same category, or they're in a different category from those, but they're like approaching it. They're not the same as single page apps. But whether you render on the server or you client side render only, these are all single page apps. So this is why I've had a lot of amusement with especially Guillermo's post, because if I go back far enough, I'll have a Guillermo post where he's like, spas were a zero interest rate phenomenon. And it's funny, like according to Malte, all of Next.js is spas. So like, yeah, Guillermo sometimes makes tweets that I know I'll be using forever. So I think, yeah, I use it in my slide decks. Okay, let's keep on going. SvelteKit 2, another announcement. This one didn't have a ton of features on it, except supporting Svelte 5 and shallow routing. Shallow routing is interesting because it lets them update state without causing a navigation, so they can add a history entry. I think it's interesting. I didn't look at the actual implementation, but it seems like something reasonable to add to a router. But I think the bigger one is Svelte 5 support. Even though Svelte 5 isn't out, they want to kind of prepare it for Svelte 5. So this is like when SolidStart 2.0 comes out, it's probably going to be like this kind of release. So probably not a big thing to talk about. So yeah, let's go on, because I'm almost out of time. Yeah. Oh, Ryan Florence, SPA versus us. It's all valid. The trick is to be able to leverage this around the single project instead of the right tool for the job. Remus is getting good at this with client data, SPA mode coming, and really powerful stuff. So they're adding SPA mode as well. What I demoed you today is, again, I told you, me and Ryan Florence, same wavelength. I showed you how with SolidStart today, this distinction doesn't really matter. And that is really how I want to leave it for this week. So it was fun conversations, but here we are. Anyway, that's my stream for this week. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned a lot about SolidStart and the direction the future is Solid. I'm very excited about it. I think, this kind of path is where things should be heading. I think Remix is going to be kind of on board. And obviously they're not going to let use any router. Who knows? Maybe they will one day. But they're Ryan Florence seems to be on the same page in terms of like the ease of transition. I think routers are the opinionated piece. I think SolidStart is just a facilitator for this with bundling and that. So once you find the right responsibilities and you understand how your framework and things should be broken up, you can do incredible things. And that's my message for you. All right. So everyone, have a great weekend. I'm not streaming next week. I'm taking an extra day off for Christmas, so I will see you all in the new year, unless you're gonna come and complain to me about SolidStart beta release in the GitHub issues. Then I might see you before that. All right. See ya.